And we are live, guys, for the second round of the Grenke Freestyle Chess. With me, a very good friend of mine, Soumya, is also here. And handshake, Soumya.
It's amazing that Magnus is playing uh, his second female opponent of the tournament. In the second round itself, he's playing against a very strong international master, Alua Nurman from Kazakhstan. In fact, she's a WGM, not yet an IM, but has a rating of 2443, Harshit.
Wow, what an opportunity it is for all of these players to play against Magnus. It's very rare that we get to see these young talents, get an opportunity to play against Magnus. And this time, what position do we have?
Yes,
Let's quickly
have
have
a
a
look.
look. Okay, so we'll just refresh. 427 is the position number.
And we have the board in front of us. Do we have it on screen yet? Not yet. Maybe we can bring the board on the screen as well. Right. Yeah, what do you think of this position, Harshit? You've played a lot of freestyle chess. You're over there right now. What do you think? Players, how are they feeling about it?
But it's very early. It's a 10 o'clock game. So I'm very curious to see how these players are going to do in this morning round. But Magnus looks sharp. He's wearing a solid white shirt here, playing with the black pieces. I think white would consider d4 for sure here, Soumya, which opens up the queen and the bishop. And we've seen this pattern where you can
Mm-hmm.
open up your queen and the bishop simultaneously. It's
Mm-hmm.
generally a good idea.
That's amazing. And what about this bishop on h1? Would you like to open that one with g4 or g3 or g4 even?
So, as I said, I would think twice before moving the G pawn
Mm-hmm.
because it's again a pawn in front of my king,
Mm-hmm.
and I am not the biggest fan of opening up my king so early. So D4 would be my choice, and I
Mm-hmm.
think that's what Alua should go for. By the way, guys, this game is the second round, and approximately when this round will finish, round five of the candidates will start. And while that round is going on, the third round of Grenke will start again. So today is going to be a complete action-packed day here on ChessBase India.
Absolutely, Harshit. And we also have some news for our viewers that it's Harshit's birthday today. So those of you who
Arre,
didn't join us last night, happy birthday, Harshit. How are
thanks a
you
lot,
feeling?
Soumya. I'm feeling very, it doesn't feel like my birthday because, I'm in this chess tournament and it kind of feels like a very serious environment, but I think I'll celebrate it later. I'll celebrate my birthday after this tournament.
Do you usually celebrate your birthdays and how do you do that?
I generally love inviting all of my friends and going out for a meal, usually dinner, and then just like having that day to catch up with all of them and spend some time with my friends. So I'm hoping to do that at some point
Very
later
nice.
this month.
Hopefully, Indian friends.
I mean, all of them, yeah.
Oh, chess fan C2B says Alua recently gained 50 elo points. She's now on a new peak.
Oh wow.
Yes, I
Yes, she's very strong.
also I think there are a lot of new tournaments in the Central Asian countries, Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, where Nurman Alua is from. So that has given an opportunity for a lot of new young talents, as you mentioned, to come up suddenly in the last 2-3 years.
Yes.
It's
And she's from Kazakhstan here. There's a lot of support that has been given in these countries to the youngsters, Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. Magnus gets up from his chair. It's zero tolerance, Magnus.
but the opening inaugural move will be made on his board, I guess, right? Or
Yes.
do they not have one for each round?
I'm not. Oh, we do have actually the clock has started and Alua
Oh,
is thinking on
right.
the first turn. That makes sense. I mean, to kind of understand where you want to move. And yes, we did see the handshake there. And here you can see Jan Nepomniachtchi on his board. He started with 1d4 on his board. And guys, do like the stream so that more people can join in to follow this exciting tournament in Grenke and G6 played by Anna Shukman. Man, I'm
Anna,
scared because it feels like she just blundered a pawn with queen at 6 check.
oof. What a move. You blunder a pawn on your second move, but we have rook g7, but you never want to go
Arre
there. Take
no,
your rook.
Soumya. Bishop G7. Oh, sorry,
Arre.
you reverse tricked me. Oh my goodness.
No, no, that's fine. That's fine. So queen h6 and bishop g7. Guys, why is Harshit blundering away the pawn on h7? Can you guys tell me? It is early in Grenke, in Karlsruhe, but not that early in India right now. I'm sure all of you are awake, have had your lunch. What's happening if we simply blunder this pawn on h7? Yeah, Shlok Chakraborty is saying, why is it showing Parham, Leon, and Evander as 1 out of 1 after they lost? I think there was a small
A very small.
glitch in the broadcast yesterday where the boards had interchanged. So the board that we were viewing as Leon's game was actually not his game. And yeah, we apologize for that, but we had
But we could,
absolutely.
I mean, we didn't know ourselves actually. So I think we basically did our best with the information we had, right? But I think the DGT probably was um, was not arranged properly. But anyways,
So the
um,
bad news is that the DGT was wrong, but the good news is that Leon won. Harshit,
yes,
let's celebrate. Let's
that's a
focus on
great way to
that.
put it. And
So a
let's
lot
try to see if, oh, by the way, Alua also made her move. So
of.
I'm curious to see if she also starts with D4.
Hmm.
It would make sense, but she goes C4, Soumya. She
So
does not go for D4.
let's go to that game. But before that, a lot of people in the chat got it right. Harsh, Tanmay, Divyansh, Heth, Shaha, Anne Marie says hello, but all Rishi Khare. Yes, absolutely. So this was a nice queen trap here with rook coming to
H8.
h8 and the
And the
queen
queen
cannot
has
come back.
nowhere to go. And that's why Anna Shukman played this move pawn to G6 very alert. And Yan is thinking what to play in this position. Maybe bishop d2 could be an idea. Soumya to go bishop at 6 check and
Oh.
exchange those dark squared bishops. But we are losing the d4 pawn right now. I think
Mhm,
we have to protect it. So
mhm.
Yan is thinking. And can we see what Alua did in her game? Because she goes for something unique. She goes for c4, g6, and goes for g3 now.
So the first move was c4, opening up the path for her queen in some cases and also threatening to go to c3 with one of her knights. g6 played by Magnus and g3.
Yes.
I mean, yes, surely you want to play g3 or g4 at some point because what will the bishop do in the corner? It has to be opened up. The
Hmm.
question was whether to push the pawn forward once or two moves, but they are all playing it conservatively, I guess.
And I have to kind of illustrate to all the viewers
Mhm.
that whenever we are playing against a fianchettoed bishop, having the pawns on c3 and d4 are ideal because the pawns on c3 and d4 or b2 and c3 really do a great job of challenging the fianchettoed bishop.
Oh, it's a very good, cool point. So we basically restrict the bishop's movement, like in Levon's game yesterday, where his light square bishop was completely restricted by black's pawns, which were on d5, c6, e6, f5, all of them placed on light squares, to restrict Levon's light squared bishop yesterday, which was the biggest upset of the day for round one, with Levon Aronian having to split his point against a 2100 opponent, who, by the way, was the one putting pressure on the 2700 player.
And that game was not like that game was a draw for sure because we had the camera of Levon, so no DGT problems on that board. And okay, after G3, D6 was chosen by Magnus. Magnus is playing relatively fast in the opening stage of this game. I think he wants to go bishop to C6 next, perhaps.
Oh, so it's not about opening the queen's path and getting your queen trapped once again, but about opening the bishop's path and
But
challenging this bishop.
now that I said it, I am not so sure because I realized that bishop c6, the move pawn to e4 or even pawn to f3 might be in white's favor. So let's say white plays the move knight bc3 here. I don't think bishop c6 would be such a good move here because it might allow white to go something like f3 or even e4, and we might not be super happy about that bishop on c6.
It's amazing that you mentioned the move f3, because if you hadn't, then I would have never noticed it. Usually, you don't want to push the f pawn because your king is on the short side. You want to castle short at some point, maybe. And you're also restricting the bishop on h1 with f3. And I would constantly only look at e4. But now I see, because you've already mentioned this idea of c3 d4 to me earlier, I see that e4 would allow this bishop to live a very happy life until the end of the game, right? And
Yeah,
that's
and
why
chess is every move has consequences, yeah. And as you highlighted, the bishop opens up after e4, the d4 square also becomes weak, and knight e6, knight d4 becomes a perpetual idea for black.
ooh, and get the juicy outpost on d4. And no matter how much we challenge it, black constantly controls it with his pieces. So yes, I think very well spotted there, Harshit. F3, a great move. Maybe we also go to F2 with either of our minor pieces and cover this weakness around our game later.
Yeah, मजा आ रहा है यार सौम्य, आज के games are very interesting. So after d6, Alua is thinking maybe we can just take a look at the opening stage of a few other boards to see how they have progressed.
So this is Hans Niemann. Hans Niemann fans out there, he's also playing in this tournament. He's the fourth seed in this event, but because Levon drew yesterday, he's playing on the third board today. He's playing against an IM from Germany, Marius from, and he opens with G3 on the first move. Hey,
g6, and
did
you
you
can
see that?
short castle.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my God. Wow, what a fun way to begin the game. So all of you people in the chat who are new to freestyle chess, how freestyle works is in the starting position, the it's basically chess 960. So the pieces are shuffled up in the beginning of the position. You randomly pick up a position with a drawing of lots. And this is the position we have today, with the king being on f1, queen on c1, rook on g1, bishop on h1, bishop on e1. All of these pieces are not where they are usually placed. Only the knight on b1 and rook on a1 are on their usual squares, as in standard chess. And how you castle is, well, Harshit, maybe you can explain it to our viewers. How do we castle in freestyle chess?
So in freestyle chess, similar to classical chess, the king always goes to the same square. So the king and the rook always are in the same place, like king on g1 and rook on f1. And here, obviously, there is no piece in coming in between of us castling, so we can castle here, and that's what white played. The only thing we need to be like we need to know is that in this position, even though if you go back one move instead of short castles,
Hmm?
we can even castle long. But वो करने के लिए we need to remove all the pieces in between. So bishop on e1, knight on d1, queen, rook सब निकालने के बाद हम long castle कर सकते हैं. So it's a bit difficult, and that's why I think Hans quickly castled. And I like what Marius is doing. You know, He's like, I'm just going to copy Hans until I have to make like a concrete decision.
Yeah, I mean, that's always a good strategy to copy your 2700 rated opponent. You simply make the same moves as long as you can. Castle by black as well. And now Hans has to make a decision. I like your suggestion of c3 d4 actually, Harshit.
Mhm.
But maybe for c3, oh, he goes
He
for
plays
d.
D3. Uh-huh.
So
Yeah,
he wants to go for this Magnus idea, like you mentioned.
yes, because if you think about it, the only piece which kind of gives protection to the black king is that bishop on h8.
Mhm.
And if we get rid of that bishop, what the black king on g8 definitely feels a little exposed, which is
Mm.
why I think these top players are eyeing on exchanging those dark squared bishops.
Yeah, that's amazingly put there. And why are we not playing c3 here? Maybe also because of c5. Do you think that's a possibility?
Yes, that is definitely something that black would be considering. Absolutely.
So we don't have time to maybe play c3. And it's actually so interesting for me, as I said yesterday, to start analyzing from move one as to
Yeah.
what
And
could
actually,
be
Hans
the
Soumya, I
manipulations
have to
here.
tell you, is very creative in freestyle chess. Everyone is
Mhm.
very curious to see how Hans is going to do in the upcoming months because we have kind of see him progress from a top talent to some sort of a top player, but he is yet to establish himself at the top, right? Yes, he is like, 27, 20, 27, 30. But if you were to ask me right now, I would say that he has not yet established himself at the very top.
Mhm.
So I think these kind of tournaments are going to be important for him to kind of not just prove to himself, but to other top players that, yes, I belong here.
Wow, it's amazing. What would you say are his main qualities as a chess player that help him progress as fast as he did?
I think that he's for sure very hardworking, and I think he's someone who believes that he can really beat anyone. And sometimes it might come across as a little bit cocky, but I think it's just his self-confidence.
Wow, very nice. One thing for me that stands apart in him is his character. I feel he's somebody who can stand alone. He doesn't need people
Yeah,
around him to always praise him or to always support him. We have seen him gone through a lot of uh, personal attacks, and we have seen him being able to stay strong and still progress in his career, right? So for
yeah.
me, that's something I admire. That's a quality I do admire in him. And I see that he has this in common with a great named Bobby Fischer, who was also the inventor and main
Of
propagator of Chess 960.
exactly. And yes, Rishi Khare, you have a doubt. पूछो भाई क्या doubt है?
एक डाउट है हर्षित भाई. चलो अभी हम
Yes,
नेक्स्ट गेम पे जाते हैं
let's
बिकॉज
go to the next game.
वी आर we are trying to cover all the games here. Duda is playing on board 4 against,
Okay,
and I am Adrian Schneider. So
okay.
let's go from the beginning.
C4 also chosen by Yan.
No, he
Oh,
plays
sorry, D3.
D3 on the first move.
D3, D6, and now he goes for C4. And wow, pawn to A5 played by Schnitzer.
That is very creative. And like you pointed out yesterday, when we push the pawn to A5, we are opening up a path for our rook to come into the game. We are also trying to gain space on the queen side.
Wow, I'm just trying to think like, so he does go A5, but white has not yet committed A3, right?
Mhm.
So this does kind of like, I do think that A5 looks quite good, but I'm not sure what's the next move going to be. Like, do you think black wants to push A4 as well?
Yeah, I mean, I see your point that you feel like he's playing in a in a on the side where he has no targets. Even if I allow him to, you're saying as white that even if I allow black to carry on his plan, so what? Because
Exactly.
there are no targets on the queen side. But
Yeah.
maybe just, in King's Indian, for example, many times in this King's Indian structure, a lot of things are happening in the center on the king side. And black simply pushes a5, a4 to make space for his pieces and to keep an option of counter attack at some
Hmm.
point in the game when he's suffering on one side of the game. So I think it's not that bad an idea to go for
Mhm.
a5.
Yeah, I think I did not explain myself well, but you understood. I think you were on the same wavelength. You understood what I was trying to explain. Yeah, and I think it makes sense after you explained it, because if the bishop on e8 also does a great job of protecting the a4 pawn. Yeah, it's kind of hidden, but the bishop is there. He is protecting that pawn on a4. So a5, and Yan is thinking in this position. And then on board 5, we have Vincent Keimer, who's playing against a very strong female player, Lela Javakishvili.
She's from Georgia. She's played in the Georgian team for years together, won many, many medals for her team. She's an international master. And Vincent, of course, the great local hope here. C4, E5, D3, knight E6. क्या ख्याल है आपका इस strategy के बारे में?
Knight e6, I guess.
It's almost an English with C4, E5, D3.
Vincent is so good in
Mhm.
these freestyle positions and knowing where the pieces belong. So I'm sure he has some sort of a deep concept behind this move, knight to e6. But I'm
Mhm.
yet to understand what that is. Because white goes g3 and he castles short.
G3 apparently a mistake according to the computer, though I'm not sure how strong the computers are when it comes to freestyle chess. Do you think the computers have cracked
No,
freestyle
no,
chess
please.
yet?
The computers are extremely strong, but the thing is, the humans have not yet understood. Like even for example, I would say like these 2700 players. I don't think they're 2700 in freestyle. I would say they're like 2450, 2500,
Mm.
because they are still trying to improve and they are on this learning curve. So I think that the engines are actually much stronger in freestyle chess than humans. I mean,
Oh,
compared to classical chess.
okay. So a Stockfish versus Magnus match in standard chess will be much closer compared to Stockfish versus Magnus in freestyle.
Yeah,
Maybe that's what you're trying to
you
say.
gave the perfect comparison. Exactly.
So at some point, I'm sure we'll get a different freestyle rating system as well. For
Yeah.
now, the we use the standard rating because it helps in terms of seeding the players. We are not sure where they stand exactly in
By
this
the way,
format of the game.
Cassis and the engines really dislike this move for Vincent, but I don't think we should take the engines so seriously just yet, because it's still the opening phase of the game, and players are just kind of developing their pieces. White goes bishop to c3, another very logical move. White wants to push f4 at some point.
Hmm.
Man, does Javakish really want to push f4 and open up the rook on g1?
Ooh la la.
Ooh la la.
And then what do we do with this king here on f1? Because after all, we are pushing our pawns forward in front of our.
Switcheroo. We do a switcheroo. Knight d2, queen c2, and triple O.
Oh, that's lovely. The joys of freestyle. Suddenly, the position completely switches and we can move our king to safety. बहुत बार स्टैंडर्ड चेस में ऐसा मन करता है ना, हमारे किंग पे बहुत ज्यादा अटैक आता है और हमें ऐसा लगता है अरे किंग को एक बार हम A1 में बिठा दे इंस्टेड ऑफ G1, कितना मजा आ जाएगा. बट यहाँ पे हम एक्चुअली वो कर सकते हैं. बिशप C3 played.
Mhm.
So D6, right? Because you want
Yeah.
to
Or
not give a pawn
g6.
for free. So G6 or D6 suggested here. And F4. is the move Harshit Raja suggests, and he is experienced in freestyle chess because he has played in the Grenke Freestyle Open 2025 with amazing results. तो अच्छी अच्छी सजेशन है यहाँ पर.
I have been, yeah, I really enjoy this format actually. So I'm very excited to cover this event. And the question that Rishi asks is a very nice question actually. He asks, if black copies white's moves until a certain point, will it just be wouldn't it just be equal? And that's a great question. But the thing is that, for example, at some point, if we go into the first position, somewhere, the starting position,
Okay,
and
let's do
let's say we go d4,
that.
d5, c4, c5, and cd5, you would love to copy me, right? You would love to take my pawn on d4, but then oopsie doopsie, your queen on c8 is falling.
Oh
And I
no.
think this variation kind of illustrates why you cannot always copy your opponent's moves. So
Yes,
you
and if you want any more examples, you can check out Harshit's Instagram where he did try doing this against, no, his nemesis, Jack Peralta, tried doing this against Harshit, but he outwit him, right?
yeah,
I remember seeing a fun video of yours on this topic.
yes. So, but yeah, that was a very nice question. By the way, Bishop c3, d6, and Knight d2 played by Lela. So both players are, man, Knight d2 was played in 19 seconds. Crazy.
Yeah, I think Lela is, if I remember correctly, because there are a lot of strong IMs and GMs in the Georgian women's team. But I
Mhm.
remember that Lela is supposed to be very solid.
Mhm.
So a move like F4 may not be in her style so early into the game. She wants to get her pieces out first. And she's somebody who's also very well prepared in openings, but she plays the same systems. She doesn't change as much.
Uh-huh.
So that's been her style over the years. So maybe she just wants to complete her development first and then decide whether to attack, whether to consolidate.
Yeah, I think that's a very decent strategy by her. She's not really, letting the nerves get to her. She's still playing fast. And then we'll also check the game of Nihal, who's the top Indian player playing in this tournament. He is playing against Khoi Pham, an international master from the Netherlands. And look at Nihal, so creative. He goes d3, black plays c5 and b4.
Wow. Super amazing. I don't know if it's a good move because the engine doesn't like it, but and also, I mean, I would be very nervous about opening up this diagonal for my rook here. But apparently it's a move because g6 can be met with what? What? Bishop c3?
No, I think g6.
Because any other move loses. No, c3 means we take the pawn.
Yeah, no, you're right. We have to go bishop to c3. And this is why this move is so cool actually, because after bishop takes c3, you take on c3 with the b knight,
Mm-hmm.
c takes b4, and now you play a move like knight d5. If you play a5 with black, guys, white to play and win.
Oi, oi, oi. Actually, there are so many distracting lines here.
Yeah.
But probably the simplest line works, guys. So look for simple tactics. Suyash, 1e4 says, Hi Harshit and Soumya. Can you explain this non-linearity which exists as you work on your chess skills? I mean, look at Sundarov. He has suddenly undergone a paradigm shift in his chess. Yes, this is also my question to Harshit. So maybe Harshit can answer this on behalf of both of us.
Okay. So it is the non-linearity which exists as you work on your chess skills.
I mean, suddenly, like you may work a lot, but you may not get the results. But suddenly, you get them all together one fine day. Or in some cases, players are not putting in as much effort in their homework, so as to speak, but they are able to still play excellently.
Because I
By
think
that's what
that's
you
a
mean.
great question, actually. So I genuinely think that chess has a lot to do with your mindset. I mean, I personally genuinely think that someone like Gukesh has done exceptionally well because of his mindset. When it comes to like, of course, he has worked a lot on chess, but like there are a lot of players who also work a lot on chess. But Gukesh has this excellent mentality. Sindarov is also someone who has this mentality. And if you see Sindarov, you see his interviews, he's always in a good mood. And
Yes.
when
Yes.
someone is always this positive, they are working hard. It's like working hard plus being having a great mindset is for sure a recipe for success. Well, if not success, then at least for, at least giving your best. And I think when Sendaro gives his best, it's clear that he can be not just a candidate, but a candidate to win the candidates.
Absolutely. No, very well put there, because I think being in a good mood, despite and also working hard, these two combinations are very important. Sometimes हम दिमाग में हमारे बहुत manifestations कर लेते हैं और सोचते हैं कि हाँ हो जाएगा, और फिर उस पे कोई effort ही नहीं डालते. So that also is not a good attitude to have. Having this combination works really well. So nicely put there, Harshit. And I see, I actually feel like a lot of your good results lately are also thanks to this amazing mindset that you have in recent times. Isn't that true?
Yeah, for sure. By the way, Suyash has a very nice comment that he really likes both of our commentaries and that our styles are very magnetic. Oh, so sweet. Thanks a lot, Suyash.
Thank you, so yes. And they also got it right. All of chat got this
Knight
right.
b6, guys. Forky
Right.
forky time. You hit the queen and you hit the rook, and black is completely lost. And that's why this move pawn to b4 is so cool that Nihal played on move number two itself.
You get to show all your imagination on the first or second moves in freestyle chess. You don't have to wait for another 15 moves of theory to happen. B4, C takes happened on the board.
Yeah.
Bishop, it's interesting. How long did she take? She took, uh, he took 10 minutes, his opponent.
Yes. C takes,
And
bishop b4, and knight c6. And I actually wanted to share this one small thing that at least that has been working really well with me the last few weeks is that whenever like I wake up or before I go to sleep, I generally used to always sleep right after I used my phone. And as soon as I woke up, the first thing I used to do is like open my phone. That's the first thing that I used to do. And in recent times, what I've been doing is that I've been consciously trying to wake up, take 10-15 minutes to myself, and like maybe, you can basically have something that you are visualizing or manifesting throughout for the day. And only then, like once I'm ready, I take my phone. Because I
uh,
feel like once you wake up and you immediately take your phone, your brain already starts getting like anxious, oh my God, so many messages, all of this. And I think that's why kind of easing into that has really helped me being in a good mood.
that's a very good tip to all the youngsters out there. And
It worked for me. It doesn't mean it will work for you, but it's interesting.
yeah, it is definitely. And a lot of people actually watch our streams late at night. So maybe once the streams are over, you can actually meditate a bit or keep the phone
Maybe they
aside a
shouldn't watch, yeah?
bit. That's okay. I think we are also commentating late at night. It
Hmm.
depends. Uh,
Bishop
and
before knight
you know,
c6.
Harshit, in this position, I was just looking at it. There is a very strange suggestion. Like I was looking at bishop a3 or bishop c3 here. For bishop a3, the move is not g6 but g5. But okay, g6 also works.
Yeah, I think it
But
probably has to
g5
do
is better.
something with stopping queen h6 check, right, Soumya?
Okay, but queen h6 is never an issue, no, for us. Acha, after bishop b2, you mean?
Yeah.
So that's why we are going g5 at times. So we always have a choice to make here in these
So
positions. Let's
after
go.
bishop d2, that's the position. I think Nihal has a pretty solid position here. Maybe we can check on the other Indian boards as well. Arvind is the second highest rated Indian representing in this tournament. He's playing on board 10 against Stefanova Antoaneta,
Ooh, a former women's world champion, Antonetta Stefanova,
world
and
champion. Wow.
yeah, and a full grandmaster. She's played chess for years together, has a huge amount of experience.
And man, what a, like, as soon as we open this position, so many things are happening. And
Yeah.
let's try to understand how this position came very quickly. And then we'll get an idea about how we reached here. So I guess Antonetta started with d4.
By the way, Antonetta also has so many other laurels to her name. She is a member of parliament in her country, and she's also married to a really strong grandmaster, Ivan Chaparanov,
Oh,
and
wow.
comes from a chess family. So d4, g6, Perk-like structure here.
And what a move. And I was
Right.
talking to you about this. This and Antonetta has this understanding already that after d4, g6, you gain space in the center with d5. This is a rare move, but it completely makes sense.
And it plays against your principle, the one that you explained. So strong players know when to follow the principles and when to break them in chess. That's what makes them so strong. d5 on the board, c6, and knight to c3, Harshit. Not blundering the queen like we did in our small example,
Uh,
but knight c3 on the board.
uh-huh.
Computer doesn't like it, but it's a pretty decent move. And black goes for d6. Oh, Arvind was going for these d6, g6, c6 structures even in standard chess.
And
The
he's like, अरे
drama.
मजा ही आ गया.
He's like, यही setup खेलेंगे चाहे freestyle हो या standard.
It was d6,
g3.
g3, knight d7, short castles, f5.
Oh, short castle and f5.
e4, and Arvind is thinking here, but Arvind has been making moves quickly, and I actually really like his position right now, as he can play this move knight to f7 and then knight to f6, and with the rook on g8, Soumya, it's like he has gotten the dream king's Indian position.
As black. And yes, knight has come to f6. So do you want to go e5 at some point if you want to play King's Indian?
I think I will take my time before I push e5 because e5 always allows en passant. And
Hmm.
I'm not very sure if I want to allow that. So knight f7, and I might be more inclined towards making a move like h5, h4 at some point. And yeah, let's see how this game proceeds. But Arvind having a very, very fine position from the opening, Soumya, against Antoanetta. And I think we should go back to Magnus's board now.
We have to look at one board that we missed out on yesterday.
Yes?
Nadirbek Abdusatarov
Oh
is
man.
also playing the event. Yesterday, he was playing at a much lower board, perhaps because he was playing against one of the streamers or a player with a fixed board. So we could not cover his board in round one, but we don't want to miss that chance right now. Let's go.
Let's go.
All the players who missed out on the candidates are here in Grenke. So C4, G6, D3 से start किया. उनकी
Mhm.
opponent, by the way, is an international master, Narva Mai, also a female player from Estonia, I believe. Yes, she's from Estonia. She's also quite strong. D3. She was also here for GCL, right? She was one of the brand ambassadors of GCL.
Yes. Yes. Exactly.
And many of you in the chat who might have visited the event might have noticed her giving simults in the fan zone.
In Mumbai.
Yes, in Mumbai. So
So she goes
D3,
D3, and then Yakuboev pushes pawn to E5.
E5.
He does not want to trade the bishops, and then he even pushes F5 on the next move, gaining space there.
B4 तो थोड़ी किंग्स इंडियन टाइप ही गेम चल रही है because white is playing on the queen side, expanding, gaining space. Black ignores it and plays on the king side with this pawn structure. However, the center is closed, so it's more like a Dutch, right?
Yeah, but
Because the center is open. Sorry.
I am biased towards liking this position for black
Hmm.
because I feel like whenever you are getting attacked on your king, as a human, it feels very unpleasant. And I can already see ideas where black pushes pawn to f4 at some point. The knight jumps into g5. The other knight comes in from c6 to e7. And I think, yeah, Abdusattorov is in a very good position from the opening, out of the opening.
Yeah. I
अरे
see.
arrows, oh my god, क्या crazy arrows बना है.
I love making these arrows actually because I really like making these arrows in different colors and I've not yet figured out what stands for which color. So I love experimenting with that. E3 on the board. She listens to your explanation, Harshit, and plays E3 against F4 because maybe after F4 we have E takes, and bishop takes H8, exchanging this crucial bishop, which
Yeah.
is a diamond in black's position.
By the way, just look at the camera. The camera is frozen, but Magnus is looking at the board. Nepo is looking at the game of Magnus, and Vincent is looking at Nepo. Crazy scene.
What a scene! It looks like a movie poster. कोई स्क्रीनशॉट ले लो इसका. बढ़िया बढ़िया सीन है ये.
And the opponent is laser focused. Like, incredible picture.
Absolutely. So let's get back to our we don't have Northernbeck's camera actually, right? Yeah. So we have access to the first 4 or 5 boards, I
Yeah,
suppose.
yeah. So Norderbeck is doing, and let's go to Magnus's board की हो क्या रहा है कि
ठीक
इतने
है
लोग
चलो
देख
जाते
रहे
हैं.
हैं.
I yeah he yeah she's played really well so far I guess. Let's see what happened. G3.
She's going for the triangle setup.
D6 happened and white played D3, bishop C6, your move. And instead of F3, which is the move you suggested, she goes for E4, which we didn't like so much. But then, you know what, Harshit, what did Magnus play here?
He goes back bishop t7. He does not want to face the triangle setup.
Yeah, he looks at the position with fresh eyes, says it does not matter that I brought my bishop to C6 on the previous move. It has done its job by provoking E4 and creating a juicy square for my knight on d4. So let me go back and rearrange my pieces.
Oh, sorry. I said Yakuboev, Norderbeck, but it's Abdusattorov. My bad. If I said that, I'm sorry.
हाँ. पर
Yeah.
याकूब लोदरबेक भी खेल रहे हैं और कल हम
Yeah.
इनकी game देख रहे थे तो इसलिए शायद
But
थोड़ा.
it's crazy. Yeah? Like he provokes e4. And to be honest, this is definitely not something that would come naturally to me. आर्टिफिशियली भी मेरे दिमाग में नहीं आता था ये, तो ये मैग्नस का ही क्रेजी आइडिया है. लाइक ही गिव्स वाइट अ फ्री मूव कि तुम पॉन e4 खेल लो एंड देन आई गो बिशप d7. एंड द पॉइंट नाउ इज दैट इट्स ऑल अबाउट द d4 square as you highlighted. After the move pawn to c5, black gets this beautiful outpost, and Magnus already having a small strategic advantage.
So c5 and knight c6 you want to go, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you bring the other knight. You maybe go bishop h3 once in order to exchange this light square bishop. Do you want to do that?
I'm not sure if I want to exchange those bishops just yet. I think I want to keep the option of exchanging it, but I don't really want to commit to it. This commitment is can be a bit tricky.
So you want to keep it fluid, and also maybe the bishop is not doing much anyway because it's already blocked. So why do we want to exchange it? Great point.
Actually,
Bishop.
Gukireza, yes, I know the which position you are referring to, and you are right. Queen h6 check before would have been slightly better. You're absolutely right.
In the fourth position, no?
Yeah.
Yes, very well spotted. Let's go to Nepo's game against Anna Shukman, who is a former world junior champion in girls.
Okay.
Let's see what Nepo is doing against his countrymate. D4, G6 happened. We saw this. Oh, D5 was played.
Yeah. Same
C6.
like
Huh.
Antoinetta. So c6, knight b c3, d6, castles, chop chop, chop, bishop c6, c4.
C4 is not a blunder, is it? It's not a blunder. Why is it not a blunder, chat?
रुक
Very
है ना अभी A1 पे चैट इज लाइक क्या समझाया मैं.
exactly. All this while we were looking at these ideas where c takes to c takes would have lost our queen, but here we moved our knight away from b1. So it's a different position. c4, knight e6, bishop c3. अभी तो हमें मिल गया ना जो चाहिए था. बिशप एक्सचेंज हो गया.
Yeah, white has a very big advantage right now in this position. And Kimaya Birle, member for 54 months, says W commentary panel. Thanks a lot, Kimaya.
Thank you. So I think black went wrong with her decision to play.
I
Okay,
don't like CD5 at all.
okay, CD5 itself you don't like.
Yeah, I would want, I always like to explain this concept that you want your opponent to capture your piece so that you develop your piece.
Hmm.
So in this position, I would be inclined towards making a move like knight d7 to f6 or d7 to b6, something like this, and force white to capture my pawn on c6. Because once black took the pawn on d5, knight d5, and white just simply got his knight onto a better square. He also had c4 coming in next, and I think this is where Anna Shukman started getting into problems.
Yeah, I think white simply got everything perfectly placed in this position, whereas black has not yet created anything in return for what she has given up. Because once you give up this bishop, let's say bishop c3, okay, you're also helping white to develop. But now there are all these holes near your king. Queen h6 is already a big threat. King g7 is
So
not possible.
when you're playing with Nepo, the one problem is that he's so intimidating to play with. I played
Really?
with him last year, and
Mm-hmm.
it's actually scary to play against him because he's actually one of these players that I'm not very comfortable playing against. Somehow it feels like he plays so fast, he puts pressure on the clock, and then he also has this like style that somehow it's not easy to play with him. And I think in this tournament, actually, Yan is definitely going to be someone whom we have to watch out for, because he did not have such a good event last year in
Mm-hmm.
Grenka, but I think this year it feels like he's in top shape.
And why do you say is it intimidating? Because of his speed, because of his body language?
Both. He's like his body language is always very confident. He makes his moves very quickly. I mean, look at his clock here. Has 1 hour 23 minutes, and he's just blitzing out the moves. Black played knight d4, but this looks wrong. This looks really wrong here. Knight d4, another inaccuracy by Anna. Yeah, I mean, you're moving the same piece twice in the opening. Queen to d2, developing with the tempo, and white
e5.
is
Let's
no
see if she
e5
wants to play
f4,
e5.
f4
Oh, you
even
want to play.
looks really good.
But you are not threatening, right? You take my pawn, I take back, and there is some
Yeah, if
problem.
I open up my rook on f1 as well, I think white will just be crushing here.
Yeah, I'm missing a knight on f6 to be honest. So maybe I should take the knight and bring my knight to d7, but this might also be really bad because I'm not on time maybe.
Yeah,
Just
this
take
looks
and
very dangerous. E3, bishop b4 check is coming in at some point.
yeah, I agree.
So Yan is actually going to get another quick win, it feels like.
Mhm.
Let me just quickly check if there is any other interesting board going on live.
Yeah, definitely. We should also check out the Indian games. Leon Mendonça is playing Max Hess, so maybe we look at that
Yes,
while scout for other options. His opponent also managed to exchange this dark squared bishop, Harshit. I hope we have the right transmission today.
I'm going towards this board. And yes, Max goes for knight c3, bishop h6, knight to d5. And this is the live position. I guess white can go knight d to c3 in this position. And
So,
if,
hmm,
oh wow, wow. I have a question for you, Soumya,
hmm.
which is a bit crazy, but can I go knight c3, e6, queen to f4, or is it too crazy?
Okay, let's put it on the board. E6 and queen
Queen
f4.
f4 is my idea.
Oh my God.
A bit
It's
crazy.
a very pretty idea. The idea is that if I take your knight, you
I just
have
wanted
a.
to take cd5.
Oh, you want to take cd5, not even queen d6.
I mean, both are possible.
Because I thought I have knight e5 here, but apparently it's not that great as I thought.
I
But
get a bishop pair at least, um,
mhm.
and g3 or something like this looks quite promising for white. So queen f4, actually, I'm so excited if this happens on the board. Man, if e d5, I can even play queen takes d6
Yeah,
and
exactly. And you
really
win a
open
pawn.
up the position. King
Queen
e8,
e8, you
chop
have to
chop.
take on g7 because
No,
otherwise black picks it up. And now
and
you take
cd winning.
cd. So bishop g7, actually rook g7 is not the move, but the move is d4.
Oh, that's too tough. And even if this happens, white is doing well. So I like Max Hess's position right now.
Basically, Leon's pieces are completely cramped. That's the reason this tactic works. Because bishop on c6 has nowhere to go if it's attacked by a pawn. The
Yes.
knight on d7 blocks its path. And the knight on d8 is also completely useless once we play e6. So, this whole idea of e6 may not be a good one. Knight d7 has been played. White is yet to make a move. Black
Yeah.
might not go for the e6 idea that we mentioned, but instead opt for knight e6, knight d4, something a little more solid.
Hmm.
Hey, we have a super chat. Rupa Darshi Samanta says, I love the fact that here there is no separate section for women. They are facing men players like
Yeah.
Magnus, Hans, and Lemo. Yeah, absolutely. I think there are a lot of such events in the world, to be honest, which do not have a separate women's section. They are called as open tournaments where everybody plays in the same event. There is some rating cutoff, maybe, but they are not covered as much and they don't have as much of a big prize money and they don't have as much of elite participation as this one, and that's what separates this one from the rest. Like
Yeah.
Magnus playing an open event and all of the top 10, so many members of the top 10, top 20 best players in the world playing here, Harshit.
Guys, I actually was looking at the pairings for this round, and there are six female players in the top 10 boards. I
Wow.
mean, this is what a great time it is to be a female chess player and to start out as a female chess player right now. we had this amazing documentary by Judith Polgar, who has been an inspiration and a role model for many of the players starting out chess. And I think this tournament, where players like Alua Nurman are facing against Magnus Carlsen, I think this is, this could be a great inspiration for many of the players, female players out there.
So well put, Harshit. So well put. I'm sure a lot of young girls watching this event might want to play here someday. And we hope there are more such events in the
We want to
future
see
as well.
you play against them, Soumya. Let's go. Vamos.
Okay, then, Harshit. Thank you so much for the encouragement. But I am really, really happy to actually cover these games for now because
अरे यार.
no, I just feel freestyle is not my big forte in life. But yeah, it will be fun to play the event, that's for sure. Maybe someday I can plan a circuit, Grenke, Reykjavik, all
Yes,
these
that
tournaments
will be
together.
amazing. So, knight d5 and
Münsterland Open, I'll plan, Harshit. I'll take inspiration from you. Next year, जो भी ये साल tournaments तुम खेलोगे ना, मैं next year same circuit plan कर दूंगी.
so Max has a good position, but it's still early. Like, can we go back to Magnus's board because we have had a lot of moves there, Soumya, and Magnus has actually lost the right to castle on short right now. So if you see on the live board here, we can see
Okay.
that bishop, bishop at 6 was played.
Mhm. So she played bishop c3 here
Yes.
after bishop d7. This is where we left it. c5 was played. So Magnus allowed bishop takes h8, rook h8, but now because the rook has moved, we can't castle anymore.
Yeah. And you can see from Magnus's expressions that he's not taking this game lightly. He is serious here. Queen h6 check, king g8. And yes, the engine gives a small edge to Magnus, but I think it's equal. I I don't think Alua is any worse here. Knight comes into c3. She wants knight d5. She's being aggressive. Black plays knight c6. And I think she wants to do a switcheroo here. Switcheroo, knight e3
Oh,
and triple O.
oh, so the king will actually come to c1. Oh, let's bring this arrow here so that we are not
You can see
confused.
Vincent. He's always following these top games here. He's walking around. He's curious to see how the other players are moving their pieces. I like this position for Alua. I don't like that the d4 square is in control of Magnus, but knight e3, long castle and f4 can definitely be something that Alua plans.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, it's, I agree with you, Harshit. It's not clear why black has a slight edge here. Because, usually in these positions, the king has a fantastic defender other than
Mhm.
the bishop, which is the knight. The knight is usually on f6, defending against the knight, the square on d5, knight jump to d5, as well as a pawn push to h5. And here the knight is on d8. It cannot reach f6 so easily. So this is a piece Magnus must be missing. On the other hand, the compensation is that after knight e3 long castle, black has the opportunity to attack white first with knight d4 and
Yeah,
b5.
I just understood what black wants, Soumya.
Mhm.
So I will give everyone an opportunity to find it. Guys, what's Black's plan to thwart White's initiative on the king side? There is a very nice strategic idea that Black can use here. Let me see if anyone can find it. Very curious. This one is not easy. Not easy at all. And the tournament, guys, it has only been one round in this tournament. So there are a lot of players on full points. Some people are saying knight e5,
Yeah, arrow हटा देती हूँ चलो.
a5. But guys, the idea that I wanted to show you is knight e6 followed by queen to f8.
Hmm.
Exchanging the white queen, because अगर white का queen ही नहीं रहा तो फिर कैसे अटैक करेगा? And then we have that weak square on d4. And knight e6 queen f8, if you don't take queen g7, and bishop नहीं है but queen आ गया g7 पे. And I
Oh.
feel I feel that this is what Magnus is banking on.
Oh, it's a nice plan, Harshit. I really like it. After knight e6, we go queen f8. White will mostly take on f8, but if she doesn't, then we fianchetto our queen and bring it to g7, keeping an eye on the soft b2 pawn and covering this diagonal. We also can go
Exactly.
h5 ourselves in case we want to gain some space on the king side and open our rook up.
Yeah.
Nice plan here. And
I'm just checking if there is any other crazy game. Oh my God.
okay, let's go full screen with Magnus's. Yes, we have that on the board, on the screen. So how do I do this? Uh, we'll also check if it's, I'll check this one. Okay. Yeah. So for now, this is okay, right? Huh.
And knight e6, by the way, was played by Magnus. So he is going for this idea. You can see Magnus, he is eyeing for this move queen to f8 next.
Mm-hmm.
Alua completely zoned in here. And even though there are 3,500 people in the playing hall, there is pin drop silence as Magnus gets up from his chair.
I'm sure a lot of people have come to see him play, to come and watch the games live, right?
Oh, absolutely. There is a
Are there a
lot
lot
of
of
spectators.
spectators?
There's a lot of spectators here, Soumya, who get to see Magnus playing live. They also get to see a lot of their favorite players. And knight dc3 chosen by Alua. By the way, can you ever touch your knight on c6, Soumya?
I can, but then I might have to just get up and go home because, guys, what happens if I try to create some threats with my knight here? What happens?
Knight e5 would be
If
an amazing move for Alua.
Yeah, imagine your opponent makes this move on the board. Are you ready to punish him, or
Oh
will you
man,
give
a
him
lot of people, Guki Reza, Rivan Gupta, Mridul, Harsh, the rolling dock, Heth Shah, exactly guys. 97, it's not a fork, it's checkmate.
Oi, oi. We don't care about the queen anymore because we have got the king in a corner. There is no way for him
We
to
don't
run our
care
pawn.
about the queen because we caught the king. Wow.
So that's that. And knight 1 c3 on the board. It's Magnus's move to play. You're saying that queen f8, your move
Ah, he
is queen
played it,
f8,
yeah?
right?
He played it. Yes, he goes for it.
No,
Magnus
I
is,
don't have it on the screen.
oh, not yet. Yeah, not yet. Okay.
No.
Magnus is thinking.
So Queen F8 is Harshit's suggestion. Another move is bring the E knight to D4 and then play Queen F8, maybe. Um,
It's just such a pleasure to get to see Magnus playing live. You know, every tournament that he plays in, there's this certain, he just uplifts the tournament, Soumya, with his presence, and everyone is inspired to do their best in this tournament because whenever Magnus plays, he's a favorite. So everyone wants to kind of prove that they can have a shot at winning. And Magnus does go for this move, queen to f8, wanting to exchange the queens.
yeah, definitely. We had a chat, Harshit, that do any of you play Freestyle Fridays? So I do play the Freestyle Friday, and whenever my game ends a little bit early and there is time for the next round to start, I actually see what Magnus did in the same position because he also plays these events very often. And that's the best way to learn. Go and see what he played in the starting position, and you will have a good idea what to do.
And otherwise, like Magnus के साथ endgame नहीं खेलना है भाई. Queen d2 back. I love this choice. She does not even think 2 minutes for it. She's like, no way I will play endgame with Magnus. She comes back queen d2. Very nice approach.
I have this funny story of Savita Shri playing against Vasily Ivanchuk in
Yeah.
open tournament 2 years ago. And when she saw the pairing, she had about half an hour to prepare. So she
Yeah.
messaged her coach, "Can you tell me what are the strengths and weaknesses of my opponent?" So I'm wondering if Alua did the same when she saw that she was paired against Magnus Carlsen
Yeah.
today. And
I
her
think
coach advised her, okay,
just
don't go into
enjoy.
end. Avoid end games, maybe.
Avoid endgames. Otherwise, you're cooked.
Fun. Which game do you want to look at,
I
Harshit?
want to just quickly turn your attention towards the game of Liang Avander, whom we thought lost yesterday, but he did not. He won. And today his opponent's king is on g5. And he's playing against Zetsev, who invented the Zetsev variation in Royal Opes.
What? Could be.
But
So,
yeah.
but maybe his granddad did. That's possible.
Yeah. So he plays
H4.
h4, and Liang is actually in a great situation to win this second round game because of this clear weakness that black has, the pawn on c6 and pawn on c7.
Yeah. The pawn on c6 and c7. I was just looking for some silly checkmate ideas, but they don't work. King goes to h6. We bring our knight to d2, and then we probably, what do we do next? We bring it to
Play
c5.
e3 and king e2, I guess. And we just double the rooks. And Liang probably has some challenge with his friends that he won't drop below 1 hour 20 minutes because he played his last move in 3 seconds, Soumya.
Have you made these challenges, Harshit?
Yes,
I'm sure
with
you
my
have.
friends.
And what happened to the game?
Oh, let's not talk about that.
Oh, Nihal has a huge advantage. Let's go
Oh,
to
let's
that
check.
game. What what happened? So he played the move b4 we saw. Let's just cover that. Bishop b4 was played, knight c6, and left it here. He came
Hmm.
back to d2 with his bishop.
Hmm.
b5 was played. Opponent is
Yeah.
like, आपने b4 खेला है, मैं भी b5 खेलूंगा. Knight to c3, a6, a4, b4. All of these moves look a bit pointless. No, he has made one, two, three
Pointless.
pawn moves, whereas his pieces are still completely stuck
Yeah.
on
I
the 8
I
9.
kind of agree actually with what you said, because in general, I've seen a lot of like people making this mistake of not developing the pieces. But I think it's crucial in freestyle chess to get some activity for your pieces. Arey, look at that bishop on h8, bishop on e8. Kuch development in a. White goes knight d5, threatens knight b6, the fork that we saw earlier. Black ne bachaya rook b8 se. And what does white do? White simply goes rook b1. Developing, no, he goes a5 first,
Uh,
preventing black from getting a5 and trying to, you know, capture the pawn on b4 and castle's short
wait, I want to. Yes, correct.
and
Castle
rook
shot.
b1, and there is a threat now. If you go g6, Soumya,
Mhm.
what can white play? Can we ask this question to the chat? Rook b1, g6, and white can just develop or dot dot dot.
Let's see. Actually, we have a lot of options here. Which one will you choose? Because one of them might be the best one.
Yes. Hi, Jaikar. Jaikar Pan in the chat. Hello. And yes, white can actually simply take the pawn on b4, either bishop b4, even rook b4 seems to be quite okay, but bishop b4, and you cannot ever capture on b4 with the knight because there is this nasty check. Knight takes e7, forking the king and the queen, and this is finito.
Oh, so we see this idea of 97 fork very often in this particular position because the knight is on d8. Usually the queen is on d8 and the knight is on b8. तो ये fork तो कभी आता ही नहीं है. But यहाँ पे queen on c8 and knight on d8 के वजह से this point is constantly soft once we have a knight on d5.
Yeah, you have to be very alert about these tactics. So that's why after a5 castles, what did Nihal do? He's thinking, is it?
Yeah, he's not yet made a move.
But rook b1, and I think Nihal is already having a close to decisive advantage here, Soumya. And we have been speaking about how well Nihal has been playing recently, and we can kind of see from his starting moves in this game that he's really like feeling imaginative. He's feeling that creativity within him in these last few months, and I think after rook b1 he's going to, and he played it.
No, no, I made it.
Oh, you
On
made it. Uh-huh.
I made it.
Yeah.
I wanted to look at e6 because that's the most logical move to me.
Then
Because now for bishop b4, I guess I can pick up the knight,
uh-huh.
which is possible. I mean, you do get a rook for two pieces, but why would you want to go for that? So maybe knight b4 will be played here.
Yes. And if knight a5, I think I have queen a3. Is it?
In a3 and knight c6 back, and you want to pick up.
I just wanted to
That
take
is
on
also
c6, honestly.
decent, actually. But
Yeah.
you Okay, I'll take back. Okay, once again, rook b1 would blunder checkmate. Not just the queen, but checkmate.
Yes.
So, knight c6 has to be played, and now
And
you
boom, boom. And I'm just going to tell you that I am better developed. I have a better structure. Your pawn on a6 is bad. Your rook on f8 is going to be said sayonara to.
maybe okay, maybe even castle.
Yeah, castle is good enough.
Not the best move because once we move our king away again, our e2 pawn becomes soft. So we
Yeah.
have to be careful about these tricks. But it's a good position for white. Maybe g3 is a decent move here,
So no,
opening up.
Nihal is in a good position. So I think we can safely say that Nihal will win his game.
And in fact, here, Harshit, instead of queen a3, we could have won an exchange with bishop f4, maybe.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah,
you
he has
have
many
rook b.
options. I think Nihal has many options to do well. So Nihal will win his game. Oh, that's a very cute trick, by the way, knight d5. Maybe we can check Yan's game, Soumya, because Yan Nepomniachtchi, who had a very big advantage,
Mhm.
is is about to convert it.
Ooh. His advantage keeps on increasing every
Yes,
time we visit his game.
he has been doing really well because we left it after e5, bishop b4, I think.
Yeah, let's go back. E5 was played.
Yeah, and then e5.
Yeah, knight d4 we covered. Queen d2, e5, and white played bishop to b4 because now after e5 the d6 pawn is soft. So queen d8 met with knight 1 c3, threatening to bring another piece to attack the d6 pawn. Knight a6 attacking our bishop. Bishop goes back to a3. Knight c5 covering this diagonal. But okay, first e3, kicking back the knight on d4, which was a monster. Knight f5 और अभी b4. तो दोनों ही knights अपने outpost से पीछे जाने लगा दिए because they were actually not outposts. Our pawns could control them. Knight e6, b5 on the board. Harshit, if white goes to d7, let's ask the chat. Bishop d7. What are we playing here, chat?
Yeah, I think this is a great question of what. So, a good way to think about this logically would be the knight on f5 protects the pawn on d6. If we want to win the pawn on d6, you would the knight on f5. And the fill in the blank is attack the knight on f5. And exactly that's why pawn to e4 or pawn to g4. As Varun, Ajkok, Mohiddin, Taib, Gukireza, Mridul, all of the people find pawn to g4 and white wins. The pawn on d6. And guys, just so that everyone who is just joining in knows, we are at the Grenke Freestyle Chess Tournament. This is round number 2. Magnus Carlsen is playing in this tournament. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Nordirbeck, all of the top players are playing in this tournament. And me and Soumya will be covering this tournament as closely as we can. And thanks a lot for everyone giving us this positive energy.
Absolutely. And also, in case many of you अभी तो मिडिल गेम आ चुकी है पर ओपनिंग में स्टार्टिंग में पोजीशन ये थी सो इट्स अ फ्री स्टाइल ओपन इट्स नॉट स्टैंडर्ड चेस एंड दैट्स व्हाई द पीसेस आर अ बिट हेल्टर एंड स्केल्टर हाउएवर यहाँ पर ऑलमोस्ट एक नॉर्मल मिडिल गेम आ चुका है एक्सेप्ट फॉर द bishop on h1. You might be wondering how it reached here, but now you know. It is a legal position. b5 on the board. Black took e5 with his bishop. Queen takes and short castle. That's what happened.
Short castles, and Yan has
It's
a
too quick
massive
here.
advantage. Yeah, he goes knight e4. He's just saying to Anna that I have 3 attackers on the pawn on d6. You only have 2 defenders. You cannot have one more defender in the next move, which means Yan is going to win a pawn. He has a more than half an hour lead on the approximately half an hour lead on the clock as well. So Yan is is doing his thing here. He's doing very well. But Magnus actually, it's not so clear if Magnus has an advantage at all because look at Alua finding one good move after another, castles h5, h4, and she's kind of solid.
Yeah, definitely. In fact, we were looking at long castle ideas in this game, but Alua goes for the short castle idea here. So freestyle में हम castle because there are no pieces between the king and queen. We can simply place the king over the rook and get it into a castle position, the usual castle position as in standard chess. h5 preventing h5 threatening h4 and we go h4 ourselves. Queen to g7. Is queen to h6 a move, Harshit? Maybe f4, huh?
Yeah, queen h6 might be met with pawn to f4.
So can we conclude that the end game is slightly better for black because black's dark squared bishop has been exchanged while the light squared bishop on h1 is blocked by its own pawns?
Yes, exactly. That's the key difference between white's position and black's position, that the bishop on d7 is slightly better. And I'm someone who I love to kind of decode the facial expressions of players. And I wanted to ask you, Soumya, like if you look at both the players right now, if you see their faces, what do you think? What do you think? How does Magnus feel? How does Alua feel in this position?
And let's. Yeah, I think Alua seems pretty calm, to be honest. I'm actually very impressed by how calm she is because yesterday, yeah, we were discussing this, right? How intimidating it can be to play against a player like Nepo, a player like Magnus. आधे लोग उनके सामने बैठकर ही हार जाते हैं
Yeah.
because I mean, for example, for those of you who have watched MS Dhoni's biopic, you remember that scene jab UV enters the tournament. Have you watched it, Harshit?
Yes, of course.
And when UV enters the Ranji tournament that they are playing, and all the players in his team are just in awe of him, and they go on to lose their match. And MS says that we lost the match at that moment, not on the field.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what happens when you play against a player like Magnus. Half of the times you're simply intimidated by his majestic demeanor.
Presence. Yeah. And
Exactly.
I think Alua is not even looking like, वो ऐसा होता है ना कि हम बोर्ड तक देख रहे, बोर्ड के ऊपर को ने देखना ही नहीं है क्योंकि पता चल गया कि सामने मैग्नस बैठे तो you will get so scared.
Exactly. And so many times, even while training, Harshit, our coaches ask us that, okay, you will make this move, but will you make this move against Magnus? Imagine
Yeah.
you're playing Magnus, now are you ready to make this move? Because they want to check if we are psychologically confident to play it against anyone in the world, not just a rookie opponent. So, Alua, very impressive here. And Magnus is fully locked in.
Yeah, he's locked in. You know, it's like somehow like Magnus, like Magnus's presence kind of reminds me of this one video where I think Barcelona is playing a match against one of the La Liga teams, and Messi was sitting on the bench, and all of a sudden the crowd starts cheering like very loudly, like the crowd basically erupts, yeah.
Uh-huh.
And the spectator is like, क्या हुआ यार, गोल हुआ या क्या हुआ? No one kind of understands, and then they kind of zoom in to see that Messi is warming up to get on the field.
Oh, yeah, that itself is enough to give you this boost of confidence कि हाँ अभी तो मैच जीतेंगे because Messi is going to come in there, right?
Exactly.
So you think Magnus is in that zone right now? He's bringing his in Magnus out. अभी अभी तक वो इतने लॉक्ड इन नहीं थे जितने अभी अभी लग रहे हैं.
He's locked in somewhere. Look at him. He has his hand on his head. He's focused. I mean, because the thing is, if he like kind of makes one careless move, I think black can really get a solid position here. Like, and a draw for Alua would mean the world for her.
Absolutely. Also, I feel like when you're in good form, which someone in the chat pointed out, right? Like Alua did gain 50 points recently. She's in her peak rating. So when you are in good form, a lot of things are going well for you. You automatically have this delusional level of optimism within you that whatever you're doing is working out. So all your self doubts and fears are anyway put aside. And that is a very good time to face someone like Magnus.
Yeah, exactly. He takes a sip of water. Even I will take some water, guys. Good to hydrate ourselves.
H4 on the board. Magnus not ready with his move yet. So let's look look at some options maybe. We were looking at a move like Queen G7, which Harshit had mentioned, fianchettoing his queen instead of the bishop. And the E7 pawn is, of course, covered by a C6 knight, so we don't need to worry about it.
Yes, but uh, I'm curious, Soumya, if this kind of a move. Oh, what? Bishop H3. What a move.
Yeah, it's been
What
played.
a move.
Bishop
I
H3
wasn't
on the board.
expecting this.
Me neither, because we discussed that the light squared bishop is in fact blocked behind its own pawns. So
Yeah.
that's why Black's light squared bishop is superior to this one, but he voluntarily wants to exchange it.
Bishop H3 and now Bishop G2. But isn't White very happy to exchange pieces here?
Exactly. Because I myself was looking at, let's say the queens get exchanged after a variation like this. I myself was looking at a move like King H2 and Bishop G2 and Bishop H3, forcing a
Yeah.
bishop trade. So Bishop H3, a surprising decision by Magnus.
Okay, so I guess the point is that if White plays Rook E1, that would
Mhm.
be just terrible because it allows Knight E5.
Okay. So the bishop does a good job here of covering the light squares around the white king. So that will not be played, definitely.
Yeah,
That
Rook
is,
E1,
yeah,
Knight
she has
E7,
played bishop G2
Bishop
in.
G2 play. Great.
So of course you're not going to go back BD7. That wouldn't make sense. So you are going to take on G2, King G2, and then what? Do you want to play? No, F5 doesn't make
But
sense.
Magnus doesn't take immediately because Magnus is like, wait a second, I don't have to take because white is not threatening to take because there's Knight F3 check. So
Mm-hmm.
Magnus is like, I have a free move. Maybe Magnus will play something like Queen G7 or something like this now. And
Oh,
he might want to go. Oh, he goes E6. Magnus.
he wanted to play
Wow.
e6 first, then he felt that it's blocking his own bishop after e6. He felt like his bishop would be blocked by the
Yeah.
pawn on e6. So he decides to exchange it first and then go e6.
He goes E6. Knight F6 check. Looks tempting. But after that, King G7 and your knight on F6 might be trapped.
Yes, it is trapped. Yes. This is not a good move. Going forward may not always be the best decision. In a dance, sometimes you have to step back in order to create a beautiful symphony. And here, maybe knight f4 or knight e3 could be the way for white.
Yeah, I think we should just retreat to E3. And by the way, let's not forget that Magnus has lost his right to castle because the king has moved. So I was about to say that black can long castle, but no, he cannot because the king has moved to G8.
Yes, he voluntarily went king g8 after queen h6 check. So e6 on the board, Nurman is thinking. So maybe we go to another board and come back to this one. Let's see what Vincent is doing against Lela Javishvili.
Yes,
He has a bit of an advantage, it seems.
he seems to be doing well. Yeah,
Knight a4 coming in. That's one thing I see here.
seems to be doing well.
Actually, there is no way to prevent knight a4. Black's next move is knight a4.
Yeah, and I think if black can capture that bishop on C3, then his bishop on H8 suddenly becomes like a dragon bishop. And this is why I think Vincent is having an advantage.
Yeah,
Lela,
I think this arrangement of pieces on the A1 H8 diagonal is not beneficial for white at all, Harshit.
mhm.
Because, okay, imagine we go bishop d2. I think black can already go e4 here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So Vincent is going to win this game most likely.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. Let's see. Let's see another game, maybe Nihal's game against
Yes,
Koi.
Nihal. Nihal played rook b1 and then Koi played rook to b5. That was the last move played. We only got one more move.
Okay, then that was the point, that you want to attack the knight, so you don't want to allow rook b4 or bishop b4 ideas now. Can I defend my knight? Can I play g3 or
Yeah,
knight 1 e3 maybe? G3 it is.
yes. You can simply play g3 and the same problems persist for black. The b4 pawn is falling. Development is an issue for black. So Nihal is doing it. What about Arvind, Soumya? We haven't checked Arvind's game in quite a while. He's playing on board number 9, I think.
Let's go, let's go. No, he's not on board number.
Board
He's
10.
board 10 with,
Okay.
he's playing against Stefanova and
We saw when he played knight f6, and we said that he has a good position here, Arvind. Knight e3 was played by Antoaneta. Knight f7, developing the knight. Pawn takes, f4, and boom. He breaks in the center with e6. The engines are not a big fan, but it seems like a decent move to me. He's challenging those pawns. Knight to e2, knight e4. Centralizing the knight there, opening up the bishop on h8. The engine is being too harsh on Arvind's play. I think he's playing okay. I think I like his moves. White plays c4, trying to control the c3 square. Bishop to d7, played by Arvind. Knight c3, asking black, do you want to trade? Black is like, no, my knight is better. Knight goes back to c5, queen d2, and now the rook on g8 finally gets something to be excited about. Pawn to h5.
yeah, a lot of things happened in the last few moves, Harshit. I think this pawn to e6 decision completely changed the character of the position, because when the was on d5, the position was still a bit towards stable,
Mhm.
and it was also blocking white's pieces, because in some ways, right? Because the pawn on d5 um doesn't allow the bishop to be as active. On the other hand, once we play e6, queen e6, we got our queen into the game. We also then got a knight to a very good central square. And now we have a control over the e file. I mean, h5 has been played, but you could also go rook e8 at some point. So the character of the position has changed completely.
Yeah. And I want to ask you one question, Samya. And it is that let's imagine that this was a classical tournament. And if we had the same players playing, do you think there would be more or less upsets in the tournament?
Oh, that's a very good question. I think uh, I think there would be less upsets, Harshit, because
But by the way, yesterday we did not almost did not have any, yeah?
yes, that's true actually. Because yesterday we all the upsets that we saw probably didn't happen except for Levon's game.
Yeah.
Uh, there are two reasons why I think the upsets would be less.
Okay.
One is that the opening analysis of stronger players is still slightly better than those rated below, even though both the players have access to the same engines. But a a stronger player is also stronger because they work much more on chess, no? That is one reason
Mhm.
why they are over there. So their openings are definitely better. And secondly, mind is conditioned. You are not going to play e4 a6 against an Arvind Chidambaram with black pieces. But over here, maybe e4 a6 is the best way to play in freestyle chess. And even if it is not, you're just experimenting, because anyway nobody knows the answer. You got the position just before the game, and now you have to take a decision. So I think mind is too conditioned when it comes to standard chess, and we automatically eliminate certain moves.
Mhm. Interesting.
So that's why I feel the possibility of matching up to a stronger player is higher in freestyle chess. What are your thoughts?
I think the chances of a draw are higher in classical chess because if you're white, you can just be very solid.
Okay.
But I do think that when it comes to results, it's more likely that we see results in freestyle chess because
Okay.
of the uncertainty involved. And by the way, we do have some moves in the game of Magnus, so we can quickly check what's happening on that board as well.
Yeah. Do you mind if you, yeah, producer?
Yeah, so we actually get to know that Norderbeck is completely winning his game. Um, he is playing on
Board
board
13.
third. Oh my goodness.
Very Arabic there. What is the pawn doing on g6?
Demolition.
What about the poor bishop on h8? When will they see the light of the day? Oh
This
my
is
God. Look at this, Harshit. H knight g5, bishop f5, knight f7, checkmate.
right. That's a checkmate. Oh la
My
la. Smothered mate.
completely different kind of smothered fate. Unbelievable.
Yeah. And we have,
So let's see what happened here. Do you want to have a look?
yeah, I think, yeah, let's see what happened. Black brings her queen out to c5. And after
Right.
knight d2, knight c6, the problem was that white got g4, a very strong move. And then after that, white got g5. And then the problem was that white just developed all of his pieces with a tempo. And after knight e8, knight to e4, knight to d5, and it's just too many moves that black gave. And after g6, it's time to resign.
Oh, absolute demolition here. Absolute demolition. This is the game you show to to a player who thinks, oh, maybe freestyle chess, not so fun. I don't want to try.
Oh, and you won't believe what happened in the game of Mehmed or Rauf. You
Okay, okay,
won't
let's
believe,
see.
Soumya. You
Ahmed
just won't
Rao
believe.
is on board number. I'm
He's
trying to
on
find
board 17.
17.
And and this is why you need to be very alert about the rules of freestyle chess because after bishop d7, Memedov touched his rook to castle. But if you want to castle, you have to
Ah,
touch your king first, take the rook away, put your king on g1, and then place the rook on f1. But he touched the rook first, and he was forced to play rook g2. And now, after bishop h3, Merurt Kamaladinova is totalmente winning.
but that's such a morning round mistake to make, Harshit, because aren't we taught in our absolute childhood that whenever you castle, you first touch your king and only then your rook? So clearly an effect of morning rounds here. Rook
Wakey
g2,
wakey. Bishop h3.
h3. Oof. And it's completely winning for Kamaledinova, another talent from Kazakh chess. She's also an international master, plays a lot of open tournaments, and might be getting a huge win against a 2600 player.
Yeah, she definitely has a golden opportunity. If anything, she has a golden opportunity to win her game. So that was very unfortunate, but you have to know the rules. So a rule is a rule. And then maybe we can go back to Magnus's board
Yeah.
because,
So, Harshit, do you mind if I come back in 2 minutes and you can explain
yeah,
the
yes,
position?
absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
So, guys, the last move played by Nurman Alua was b3. And this is the live position on the board here. Maybe we can go full screen on Alua's camera right now as she makes the move pawn to b3. Magnus is not at the board here. Laser focused. Alua here. Oh, I mean, to be honest, the engine gives a very small advantage to Magnus, but he has to grind his way towards a victory here. It's not like he has a tactical way to finish the game off immediately. And Chess Fan gives a very interesting fact that Alua is now rated number one in girls section. Yes, she's on this very good rise. It seems like she increased like 40-50 points recently. You can see here she writes down the move that she just made. 37 minutes for her, 1 hour for Magnus. And I guess Magnus is banking on the fact that white does not have access to the d5 square because black has its pawn on e6. And he, Magnus, on the contrary, does have access to the d4 square. And Gukireza, there weren't many upsets yesterday because there was a transmission error. So I think only Levon drawing was the major upset that we got from yesterday. Magnus is back. Magnus is back on the board, writes down the move pawn to b3. I think Magnus might play this move pawn to b4 here, kicking the knight away from c3.
Hmm.
Guess who's back? Back again.
Pawn to b3. So we covered this position, kya?
We are just trying to look at this because Alua, I mean, she is doing so well. She is kind of forcing Magnus to do what he does best, kind of grind out a position, but she's fighting. Oh, by
Yeah.
the way, white might have this very cool idea. I mean, can I show this? Let's say black plays a move like rook b8.
Mhm.
I really want to show this idea of e5. And it seems crazy, but the point is d5, I want knight e4. Like this
Mhm.
concept basically is what I wanted to show. But
Mhm.
I guess the problem is that black has f5 at some point. Sorry.
Mhm. Like take maybe first and then f5.
Yes.
Oh, but you want to give check, yeah? When I take, you want to give check?
Yeah. So this something like this is what I was hoping gives me good compensation.
Mhm.
But I guess my king on g2 is also a little exposed. So I might not have enough compensation here.
It's a nice idea though. So direct f5, and if I play direct f5, then you maybe can take on e5 because you
And
take
he
advantage.
goes b4. Magnus just kicks away the knight on c3. And we have a question that I myself am very curious about.
Mhm.
Where is Firuza? Where is he?
I think he's relaxing, no?
Because we want to see Firuza back in action.
Yeah. Do you think, I don't think all the players have the same level of motivation to play as many tournaments as possible throughout the year. There are some players, no, I genuinely think so. Like, I
No,
feel
no, no,
there
I
are
was
some players,
laughing about a comment. Yes, tell me, tell me.
oh, so I feel like some players just want to, work on chess a little bit at some times of the year and then do different things. Like chess is very important to them, but it's not their entire life. They have other interests and they want to pursue them as well. And if you're playing continuously throughout the year, you also have to work for it. And then
Yeah,
how do you have time for anything else in your life? So Pirusha just might want to have a little more balance than most other players
I
do.
like it. I like it because he is trying to also explore other things.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, when you just do, when you like put all of your efforts in one direction, you can kind of miss out some of the other interesting things that we can also explore. So maybe he's trying to do that. And then I wanted to see if we have any updates on Leon's board
Mm-hmm.
because we saw that Leon was in small trouble.
Let's go, let's go. Where is Leon Mendonça playing against Max Hess? And what's happening? No, yeah, he seems to. We saw this position, no, Harshit?
Yes,
Okay.
knight d5, knight d7, and I was really hoping that we get to see this crazy idea of queen to f4 after knight c3 e6. But he goes queen g5 with a similar concept in his mind.
Where is the board?
He played it. This is happening.
Wow, and he plays Queen G5. His opponent wants to checkmate black in one move. And if pawn takes d5, which actually happened on the board, white takes back. The bishop has nowhere to go, just like it did when the queen was on f4. Knight comes to b6. Pawn takes c6. Knight takes, and it's white's turn to move. Yeah, white got this bishop, so he got the bishop pair as you had mentioned, Harshit. And now maybe knight e4 is
And
a
knight
really good.
e4, knight f6. Max is maximizing his chances against Leon.
Nice way to put it there. Knight c6, knight e4 could get the job done, but queen e6, and yes, we cover f6. Actually, we don't cover f6. What's the point? Oh, knight f6, knight d4, is it? Oh,
Knight f6 is possible.
I'm just wondering, what does black do?
Oh, by the way, do you know in the
Mm-hmm.
last Grenke Chess Festival,
Mm-hmm.
it was Etienne Bacro who took a selfie with Magnus
Mm-hmm.
before the round,
Mm.
and guess what?
What? Tell me.
No, I won't say. You just have to guess.
Hare? Any kind of guess could be a guess here. Magnus asked to take a selfie with his opponent today.
अरे
That's
ये
my
थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया.
guess. क्या है
You
guess?
will
क्या
see.
है?
You will see in a little bit.
अच्छा, बढ़िया. I'm waiting for the surprise that we have for our viewers here. So let's go to another game till we reveal the surprise, right?
Yes, maybe we can check how Nihal is doing
Uh,
because
Okay, I also wanted to see how Harika was doing
yes,
because she
let's
did
check
win her
Harika's game.
game. And Harika is playing for not only a good finish, but also for a qualification to the Women's Freestyle World Championship 2027, which is a reward for finishing in the top 3 of female players in this tournament. So,
Yeah, if you go down, I think she's playing on board 47. She did win her first game, Harika, and now, or maybe a bit more, 40, something like, yes, 49. And she's,
Shreyas Payapat, he won yesterday.
he
We followed his
defeated,
game.
he
Whom did
defeated
he
Vitikov.
whom did he win yesterday? Wait. How do I see whom did he play yesterday?
I will tell you. I will tell you. And he did beat Nikita Vitikov.
Oh, the game was correct. The transmission was correct. He did blunder the exchange.
Yes, absolutely. So
Oh
very
my
big
God.
win. Very big win by him. He's playing against Harika. Harika is like, I am not going to give another point to you, Shreyas, and she's winning.
Is she material up? No, but she has a good position, and that is because, first of all, pair of bishops. And what else, Harshit?
And then the knight on G2, just completely blocking that bishop on H1. And generally, black gets this position by sacrificing a pawn. So generally, black doesn't have the B5 pawn. But black has that pawn here. So I think Harika, who plays the Benko opening herself, must be feeling extremely happy about this.
That's a very nice way to put it. That black has not given up anything to reap all the rewards of the Benko in this structure. Maybe G6 and you open up the bishop. And for example, already we have a threat here. G6, like let's make a random move. E3, G6 or G5.
Okay.
Rook, if, okay, rook F B1 might be the way. Because rook A B1 and we could simply play b4 and rook a8,
Wait,
right?
Soumya, knight e5. And
You
now if
want to
you
play
play,
knight.
for example, after knight e5, a move like pawn to a4,
Okay,
challenging my pawn on b5 or b4, let's say, to kind of,
b4. B4 is a
yeah.
more sensible move here.
And
Yes.
then maybe the question is, do you take on b4? Do you play c4? Or maybe you can even play something like rook to b8.
Or a8 maybe. Rook a8,
Yeah,
rook b2.
yes, yes. So guys, which one would you choose?
Guki Reza Kalkaru and Mohiddin Taib, Isaac Emmanuel, Tripat Pal not falling for our traps here. They've got knight f3 on the board. वहां mate and one लिखा है भाई. कहाँ लिखा है? कहाँ लिखा है? Please मुझे भी बता दो. But knight f3 is a wonderful checkmate here. So that's why you should not get your king locked in. You have to develop up your pieces. He has to move his rook at some point and then go knight f4, open up his bishop a bit. That's the only way.
Yes, exactement.
अच्छा हिमांक is saying if you take back a move, screen पे mate in one दिखता है. अच्छा, I didn't know that.
Uh-huh. Yes, knight f3 was made there.
So rook d8 on the board, and this is the live position after a4 by white. So white wants to sort of break free out of all this cramped position and is trying to create a bit of a room for his pieces here. I would also consider b4 frankly, but
Yes, for
ba4 is
sure.
good enough.
And I have to just remind everyone who don't know about Harika is that she was the member of the winning Olympiad
Mhm,
team in
mhm,
Budapest.
mhm.
Harika has been one of the strongest female chess players from India. She's a grandmaster, one of only three or one of only four that we have from India. And yeah, it's super nice to see her play in this tournament. So she is doing well. I think now we can go back to one of the top boards.
Yes.
Soumya,
Which
maybe,
one? Northern maybe. We didn't look at his game for a really long time.
yes, let's check Norderbeck. We have two Norderbecks playing here. But let's check Abdusattorov Nodirbek's game.
So b5 by Nodirbek, a good move. Even though it gives up the c5 square, what are we getting in return? So chess is constantly a game of give and take, guys. You cannot just keep taking. You have to give something to your opponent in order to receive something, and that trade-off, that negotiation is a game of chess basically. Queen b3 maybe runs into knight to f4. What do you think?
अरे क्या क्रेजी कर रही है यार वो तो सौम्या.
Yeah, it doesn't work because the knight on e6 is pinned. But I saw another tactic which
क्यों
might
टैक्टिक्स
work.
करना है? लाइक वी हैव स्ट्रेटेजिक एडवांटेज, आराम से खेलेंगे ना. C6 खेलेंगे, किंग निकालेंगे. अच्छा नहीं है, टैक्टिक्स है क्या?
Yeah, I saw another tactic which might work. I mean, chat, do you see it?
Oh man, that's crazy.
Knight to f4 does not work because our knight is pinned, and after knight takes, we cannot take back on f4. But we have another way to make this work.
Yeah, there is a very cool tactic here. Boom! Knight takes e3. Wow. Wow.
Yes, Sanskar Jaiswal finds it. Knight e3, a fantastic idea because king e3, yes, again discovered attack is not possible. The knight is pinned, but queen d4 and the king is completely open. एंड हमारे यहाँ पे रूक ए d8 आ जाए तो व्हाइट के दोनों पीसेस एक लाइन में है एंड वी विल पिक वन ऑफ देम अप.
Yeah. सो नॉडिरबेक एक्चुअली बहुत मजा आता है, मुझे पता है सौम्य, अब्दुल सत्तर ऑफ नॉडिरबेक की गेम देखने को. ही इज सो अग्रेसिव, ही इज सो डायनामिक, and at the same time he's so strategically sound, and that's why I think many people were surprised to not see Norderbeck playing in the candidates, especially after what he did in the London Chess Classic, where he just steamrolled the entire field with 7.5 out of 9. I think he won another super tournament after that.
Tata,
So
Tata Steel. He won
Tata
Tata
Steel.
Steel. Then he won the Prague Masters, Harshit. He's
Yeah.
just been winning everything that he's been playing these days. So maybe we were a little too hasty to say that Magnus, Levon, Nepo are the favorites to win this. Maybe Nodirbek is
Oh,
also one.
absolutely. Absolutely. I just put on my jacket as it's getting a little chilly in here.
There's something written at the back of your jacket, Harshit.
Oh,
What
yes,
is it?
it's, you can see maybe
Formula One.
Italia.
Are you into Formula One?
Yeah, I love Formula One.
And Max Verstappen, I know because you take his name 100 times a week. But who else
Who
do
else?
you?
I really like Oscar Piastri.
Oscar Piastri, acha.
Yeah, and then Charles Leclerc is also really good.
Leclerc, I have heard of. Yes, these
He's
names.
a very good looking boy. That's why you heard.
Acha, no, I have not seen
He's
his face.
really very good looking, actually.
They must be good looking only Formula One races. They are constantly inside a car. They don't go out in the sun only. Oh yeah, good.
Antonelli, yeah. Actually, isn't the uh, Japan Grand Prix happening soon?
You know what I
No,
heard?
it
Oh my
just
God,
finished.
I don't even want to say it out loud. I heard, isn't the Japan robbery happening
Arre, arre,
soon?
arre.
And I'm like, robbery?
No, it
Is there
just
no?
happened. Antonelli won.
Mhm.
Yeah, Antonelli won. Yes.
So 95, a good move by Narva. Here, she does not retreat her queen, but goes in with her knight, asking black to take the queen. But then we will pick up the queen ourselves, and the pawn on c4 will be ours someday.
Yeah. Oh, 95. Nice
Very good move.
counter resource by Mai.
Oh my God. Do you think queen d8 is a move here, Harshit? Because queen e7 doesn't work. The knight on d5 is hanging. Queen d8 with the same idea to swoop in on the king side.
Oh, Arey, I was looking at knight takes e3, but you are just you found a crazy idea. Queen d8 to h4. Well done, Soumya. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, there are no pieces here to cover the king except for the rook. So
Very
maybe.
creative. Yes, queen d8, I like it. Also, queen b5, we can simply go rook b8 as well. So I like this move, queen d8.
Mhm. Yeah, actually, it's not easy to find moves as white here, but Narva doing a good job so far. So maybe she will show us. Oh, he goes queen d6, Harshit, not queen d8.
Okay.
He plays it very fast. So he's putting a lot of time on, a lot of pressure on the clock because he
Yeah.
has 1 hour 5 minutes on the clock as opposed to 13 minutes for Narva. We want to remind the chat that this is a 1.5 hours flat time system here for each side with 30 seconds per move as increment. So there is no addition after 40 moves. So Narva only has 13 minutes left for the rest of her game with 30
Yes.
second increment per move. Uh, and the position is very complex.
Position is complex. And I think even though queen d6 might be a small inaccuracy, my faces a tough job, tough task because of her time. But let's see if she can somehow try to play fast and get herself back in this game. Nihal क्या ही खेल रहा है सौम्य. He is playing extremely accurately, and
Let's go. Let's
Nihal
go.
is on the verge of winning his second game against Khoi Farm as he is breaking the position open with this move pawn to c4.
Oh, so first he went for the b4 idea on the queen side. After e6, he goes for c4 now. Nihal fully in control.
Nihal is playing really well. If d4, to just show everyone, he can take on c4 with the queen and or the pawn as well.
Oh,
You want to take with the pawn? Yeah,
we
also
can take with
possible.
the
I thought he wanted to take with the queen because now we are pinning the knight on c6, right?
queen.
And I
Mhm.
generally wanted to take with the pawn because I wanted to kind of keep my pawn structure intact. I did
Mm,
not want to change this really nice pawn structure that we have with the pawns on d3 to h2. And after queen c4, I think white is ready to castle and then bring his rook from f1 to c1. And this looks really, actually, Nihal pawn up hai yaar. So Nihal is a pawn up and has the compensation.
yes. Actually, I've been wondering about this, Harshit. You've met Nihal, right?
Yeah, I met
Recently.
him few minutes back. I mean, few minutes before the start of this game.
And like, did you get to speak to him or what was it
Yeah.
like?
Yes.
So I've
He's,
been wondering, what do you think has changed in his attitude in the last 1 year?
you know, I am in touch with a lot of players from the chess community because, it's something that I am myself a part of from a very long time. And I have quite a few of these 2600 friends, some of whom have been stuck there for a while. And the ones who have had this meteorical rise in recent times is only because they stopped caring about the rating.
Mm,
And they basically just started enjoying. And whoever kind of can have this change, it's not easy to get to do this change. But whoever is able to kind of have this shift in mindset and just start enjoying more than caring about the rating, because think about it, if you're playing a game and you have to make a decision, ठीक है,
mhm.
दो डिसीजन है एंड यू आर लाइक ओके मैं ये मूव खेलूंगा तो गेम ड्रॉ हो सकते हैं, मेरे 4 पॉइंट रेटिंग कम होंगे, एंड लाइक यू आर ऑलरेडी काइंड ऑफ रिस्ट्रिक्टिंग योर थॉट प्रोसेस बिकॉज ऑफ द रेटिंग, whereas if you're just playing, you're like, I can do this and it's interesting, you know. And I think Nihal has been able to overcome this, and that's why he's just on a upward trend.
a nice observation. He's also taking a lot of risk, but maybe he did that earlier as well. It's just that I'm noticing it only in the last 1 year, because I remember this game he had to win in the Asian Championship, where he had to be in the race. Otherwise, he was out of the race. He had already lost a game in the first 4 rounds. This was the fifth round. He was playing a 2500 Chinese player, and he was black. His opponent played e4, uh, and he didn't want to get into some big prep, so he played a6. And later the game got converted to a French setup with a6 on the board. So
He played this against Sethuraman.
no,
E4,
no.
E6, D4, A6 once.
Okay. So he's done that once before as well. And this attitude of his worked out really well for him, because he finished second in the Asian Championship. So he got a silver medal there. And he was very close to qualifying for the World Cup as well in the FIDE Grand Swiss, right?
Yeah. Guys, you need to always have people you can look up to in your circle. I kind of I was always blessed to have such nice people around me in my friend circle. I had Abhimanyu, who was one of my close friends. Soumya is one of my close friends. Nihal was also someone that I was, quite close with. And all of them are so motivated and they're always, curious and inquisitive. And I feel like because of this, it motivated me as well. So it's very important, I think, to be in a circle which motivates you.
Oh, wow, it's a very nice thing to say, Harshit. I feel the same. Thank you. आणि चला आता
We
आपण
go to
game कडे
Magnus's game.
continue.
Let's go.
Let's go to Magnus' game and see how he's going to break through. I'm extremely curious. You mentioned curious. I'm extremely curious to see if he can actually break through in this position, Harshit. The knight on d4 is very well placed, no doubt. Black is the one who has the outpost, while white's knights do not have an outpost anymore. E6 was played to push back the knight. You can't go to b5 with your knight anymore because of b4. Maybe black plays f5 at some point and restricts white's idea of playing f5 himself. Would you go for a move like f5 here, Harshit, or it's giving your opponent some chances? What do you think?
Mm,
मला झोपलास.
it's definitely an idea. It's definitely an idea. And no, I was just weighing the pros and cons of black playing f5. It's for sure something black is going to consider. And I think it's one of the plans that black has in his mind. By the way, मुझे लग रहा था कि white should have played knight to e2 and tried to exchange both the knights and go into a major piece endgame.
You mean c2? Because
No, when
अच्छा
after
b4 के
b4,
बाद.
yeah,
Oh, that's a very good point, Harshit. I think here is where white went wrong. इधर तक बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे थे white. b3 के बाद b4 was played and knight e2. Why not exchange this monster knight?
yeah,
I'm with you.
exactly. You trade the knights, try to go into a major piece endgame and hold.
So let's imagine he brings the other knight to d4, but we can still uh, exchange that with knight c2. And if the knight goes back, then we get t4 ourselves. So that's why what Harshit is saying is black will still try in this position. For example, um, let's say knight c2. Okay, rook. Something seems to be off. Queen g7, knight c2, knight takes, queen takes. Black will still try to create something on the queen side, but white will be okay, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Knight a4, white went wrong with, and now the knight is completely out of play. In order to bring him back, she's going to take a lot of moves.
Yes, and in the live board, Soumya, rook d8 was played by Magnus. That was the last move on the board. And I'm curious why he chose d8 because does he cannot really go d5. f5 with white really gives away our e5 square.
Hmm.
This is
But
getting close.
but just now we discussed this, right? Harshit, chess make, if you want something, you have to give up something. So black is white is feeling cluttered right now. What if she lashes out with f5 saying, okay, you take my e5 square, but I come in with f6 and cramp your position.
Yeah, I think f5, knight e5,
Oh,
f6, queen h6, and then black has the ability to go king f8, rook g8, g5,
oof.
and this is what I'm scared of being white.
Or even king h7 and rook g8 and g5, right? King is
Exactly.
pretty safe on h7, and white's queen is black's queen is very well placed on h6.
And it's all because the knight on a4, knight on the rim is dim, and we see that the knight is completely out of the game. And after rook d8, Alua is thinking in the position, trying to find a way to defend. She goes, no, she doesn't make her move yet. No
Rook
move yet.
d8.
She's thinking.
Yeah, this is the live position on the board. Yes, someone in the chat, DS Vikas says Magnus game will turn into a rapid game for Alua and Magnus will win. That is going to be his strategy. Quite possible. Magnus has 48 minutes on his clock while Alua only has 22. And so she's low on time. She is under pressure because of playing Magnus, and she's also under pressure on the board because her position is slightly worse and tougher to defend.
Exactly. By the way, do we have the camera of Hans? Because it seems like we have a very interesting position on Hans's board as well.
Okay, let's go to his board at least. Yeah, this is
And here we
wow.
get his camera as well. Let's go and look at this position, Soumya.
He's playing Marius from Germany, who is an international master. And this is such a typical standard position that they have reached, Harshit. You would never believe that they reached it from freestyle, no? You would think it's a
Yeah.
normal, because bishop on h1 is pretty normal here. It has all the scope in the world. Oops, sorry. Um, which side would you take here, first of all? White or black?
I'm not sure actually. I really don't know about this one because I wanted to say white because he's kind of building up
Oh,
pressure on the f5 pawn. But on the other hand, black can maybe push d5, d4, and he plays it. Wow.
b5, yes. It's a
Marius From is finding his form here.
absolutely d5, a great move to play. It restricts the bishop on h1, like you pointed out, Harshit, and it also controls crucial central squares. We can also go d4 at an appropriate moment. If white takes, we get an outpost for a knight. We can then bring a knight to d5 as well. Black having a lot of fun, a lot more fun than white in this position.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's working in Hans's favor is that his opponent only has 17 minutes. But
And
in terms
also,
of the, yeah,
no, please continue, Harshit.
and also the position is still kind of tense. So I think he can still kind of outplay his opponent.
Yeah, and also the fact that you're Hans Niemann, that helps. I mean, that's what happened with Levon yesterday, no?
Mhm.
We see it happening time and again, that because your opponent might respect you a bit too much, you get away with even a slightly inferior position. Knight c2 on the board. And here, again, our idea with d4 might be decent.
Yes.
Maybe he wants to play c4, but then we at least get a protected passer. And if
No, no,
not,
no.
then yeah, tell me. D4.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, black should go d4. Black should for sure go d4 here. And I really like the point that you made that sometimes just because he's Hans, his opponent will give too much respect and play worse. And
Hmm.
this actually happens because I was playing this tournament in Münster last week and I was playing a very talented player from Turkey and I was following his games closely. And he's a very sweet boy, by the way. I analyzed with him afterwards. I could just sense that he's going to become a grandmaster soon. He was only 10 years old,
Oh,
2150 rated FA, and he just I think had too much pressure when he was playing against me. And in the opening and middle game, he got into a much worse position. But in the end game, he kind of got used to the fact that he was playing against me, and he started defending really well, actually. So I think it's very important that we play the game based on the position and not our opponent.
I remember a quote by a famous world champion. I'm just not sure who it was, who said, he was asked, whom does he play today? And he said, today I play against the black pieces. So that could be a decent attitude as well. Uh, either you're very confident no matter whom you play, so you think you can beat everybody like Hans does, or you forget whom you're playing no matter whom you play and simply play the position. That's
Yeah.
great advice, Harshit.
By the way, look at Nihal's game, Soumya. He's totalmente winning.
So, ye position, we can conclude that Hans is worse after d4, right? Oh, he does play d4.
But
His
man,
opponent does play d4. Look at his body language. He's so confident.
Marius From actually, I met him last year
Mm-hmm.
in Sardinia,
Mm-hmm.
and look at this. Magnus just comes in and he's looking at the game of Hans. I think Magnus realizes that his opponent has a good position, and what a nice moment, yeah, that these players are looking at each other's games here. Hans facing tough competition from his opponent here.
Yeah, definitely. Um, I think knight d4, bishop d4 will be played for sure. I mean, what else? You don't want to take with the pawn. You have a backward or isolated pawn here to play against, and of course, your bishop will enjoy the outpost on d4. So why not?
Yes, yes, d4 great move, but let's go to Nihal's board, Soumya.
Chalo,
Look
let's go
at
there.
this board.
Hey, Nihal. Nihal, we
What
said
is the
this.
knight doing on c2?
Yeah, I don't get it. What happened here? So c4 was played.
Yes, rook
Knight
c5, chop chop, and queen a3. And Khoi missed that if the knight moves, there is bishop b4. Oopsie doopsie.
pattern recognition. Nihal very alert in spotting it thanks to his late night bullet skills. Knight
Yeah,
d4.
and bishop b4 now wouldn't be smart because there was knight c2. So he
Mhm.
first goes e3, kicks the knight away from d4. The knight comes to c2, and Nihal just played queen to a2, if I'm not mistaken. And the knight on c2 is trapped. So Nihal might win his game any moment now because black is just completely losing. Very nice game by Nihal, actually. I think Nihal played a very smooth game.
It could be a model game for this particular position. What do you think, Harshit?
Sorry?
Could it be a model game for this particular position?
It can very well be a model game. Yes. This B4 idea, I was very impressed by that. And by the way, Alua did make a move and Magnus quickly blitzed out his move. So
Let's see.
let's see what's happening. King H1 was chosen by Alua, and Magnus is like, I know what I want to do. He goes King to H7.
So he is getting his rook out into play. The rook was not doing anything on h8, not really defending, not attacking. So rook on g8 might be better placed. so that whenever white goes f5, we are ready to go g5. You
Rook
could also
h2.
take rook h2.
Yeah.
So
She
she's
might
waiting.
be planning g4 or what? But that's too much.
Queen d1, g4 maybe.
Yeah, but the thing about g4 is that once black takes on g4 and goes king g8,
Okay, let's
maybe,
make a move
maybe.
here. Rook h
Let's
f8.
say,
Do you want to go g4 directly or queen d1 first? Let's play queen
actually,
d1.
queen d1 and maybe now f5. And basically, black can say that you spent so much time planning this move g4, but I can just prevent it with this move f5.
Okay.
No, no,
Okay. Yeah.
no.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
This one, right?
Yes, exactly.
And rook is actually very well placed on f8 now after you get f5.
Yeah, exactly.
फिर
Exactly.
takes नहीं मारेंगे हम. We will first go rook d e8 and might play e5 also.
Yes.
That is an option.
E5, I would, yes, is possible. And I think it is. Oh, Nihal wins. Let's go. Let's go. Fantastic game by
Opponent
Nihal.
resigned after the knight got trapped on c2. Nihal Sarin 2 out of 2 in the
Let's go,
freestyle.
Nihal. Let's go. And I'm really waiting for Nihal to play on one of the top boards so that we can get his camera as well.
Yes. You have to earn it in this tournament. Yeah. You have to go to the top boards and then we get you on the stream.
Exactly.
So, rook h2 and rook f8 has been played, is it? No. This is our analysis. Rook
He's
h2,
thinking.
Magnus
Yeah,
is thinking.
Magnus is thinking here.
Arvind's game is also interesting, but we will go there later. I think we'll stick to this one for some
We'll
time.
stick with Magnus's game. Magnus looks very focused here, and it seems like he's going to make his move any moment now. He's in this posture, yeah. You basically are like this, but I think he's going to move the rook and push f5. Or maybe f5 immediatamente.
Rook h2 is a very straightforward move, not hiding your plans at all. I mean, queen d1 would have been a slightly sneaky, but rook h2 is very clear. I want to go g4 next.
Yeah. And there's Jan Christoph Duda walking in the background. We haven't seen him play a lot recently, but he is definitely one of the top players playing in this event.
Mark suggests that we go to board 68, which has an incredible finish. Do you want to have a look at that, Harshit?
Oh, sure. Oh, yes, we must go to this game.
Let's go.
You
Let's go.
won't believe it.
Okay, so where do we start? Like
We
maybe
just,
10,
we go, no, no, no. We go basically in the last three moves.
last three moves. Acha.
Yes. Knight
Let's
c7,
see a
queen
lot.
c8. After this, we will start. 17th move,
17th move.
queen
So knight
c8.
was on. So let me have a look. Okay, the material is equal. Knight c7, black's king is exposed. Queen c8, queen d5 check.
Yeah.
E6 would run into queen d6. So, and c6 knight is hanging. So is it okay? King f8, queen takes c6, bishop b1 is hanging. So bishop b1.
And now
Bishop.
white had a tactic. Bishop takes e7, with after which white was completely winning. And king e7, rook e2 check. This would have been completely winning. He misses this. He
Right.
plays
This didn't happen. He played
bishop d5.
bishop d5. So he's an exchange down, but the king is super weak. We are attacking the rook on g8.
And after rook b6, can we ask what can white play? Mamma mia. Mamma mia, what a move. Cannot believe it.
I still don't believe it. Like, let's see. Oh my God, is there no way?
This is insane, guys. And Himang, what a nice find by you to keep an eye on this game.
Yeah, Himank loves problems, puzzles, studies, right? He's into this problem solving contest as well, right?
I think so.
I see a lot of posts by Himank on
Guys,
puzzles.
it's not knight e6 check because then black can just take on e6.
This is a very, very tough move. Just try to imagine how do you corner the black king? It's not a checkmate. It is a perpetual.
And
That's
Kasper
the
and
hint.
Tanmay finds it. Queen to e8 check. Bravissimo. If you take my queen, knight e6 check, and it is a perpetual. King f7, knight g5 check, king g7, knight e6 check, and if you try to escape,
Knight g5 doesn't work, Harshit,
oh my goodness.
because we cover the f6 square after knight g5. And I was looking at this, maybe knight e4, but then you go back king g7 and no check.
Oh,
So
so I have to be accurate. I have to go knight d8.
knight d8 is the only double check that actually works because we keep the f6 square covered with our bishop on h8.
Uh-huh.
We don't block it. King has to go to g7. Another check by the knight. If king h6, guys, please find the mate in two. How many
Yeah.
of you can checkmate the black king in two moves after king h6?
Oof. And
This
right two moves.
this also needs to go to chess ranga. Guys,
Crazy.
this will come on chess ranga very soon.
Yes, Jai Karpan. Yes, Tanmay. Yes, Parsh. Yes, Mithun. Exactly, guys. Bishop g5 and bishop f3 checkmates the black king, and that's why this game ended in a draw. Maza aa gaya, yaar. Crazy. Crazy. Queen e8 finish.
Beautiful. बहुत मजा आया. Beautiful find, Himank. One of the
Yeah.
prettiest combinations we have seen in a while. Let's go to Magnus game once more and see what happened there. He did not play rook f8. He played knight e7, Harshit, allowing
Yeah.
g, and white goes queen g2. So she is preparing g4 here. f5 needs to be played, no?
But the thing with g4 is that
You don't
somehow
like
I
it.
feel that with our knight being on a4, I just don't think we are well equipped to break. Because g4, hg4, queen g4, and then black can consider playing f5 as well.
Okay, let's make
And
a move. I'll make a move like rook hf, rook
rook,
df maybe.
sure.
Okay.
Yeah, g4, we
Okay.
just chop, and if queen g4, even something like f5, and then king g8, rook to h5, and black is simply playing like a piece up.
Hmm. And I don't have enough material to sacrifice or to create an attack on the
Yeah.
king.
So queen g2, and that's the live position on the board right now, Soumya. And Alua is thinking. Oh, sorry. Magnus is thinking after queen g2.
So you would not play f5 in your game, right, Harshit? You will play rook f8 or some other move here.
Okay, let's try to think.
I'm pretty sure I'll go for f5 with black.
I probably would make a waiting move.
So maybe rook b8, restricting the knight.
Or maybe king g8 actually. Why not king g8?
But your king was on g8. You went king h7 so that you could bring your rook out.
Wait, really? I thought the
Yes.
rook came from f8 to h8.
No, two moves ago, your rook was on h8.
Oh, okay.
You went king h7 so that you could bring your rook out. And
Yeah, okay. So then that doesn't make sense. Yeah, I guess f5 actually makes sense. F5 does make sense.
Yeah, but then, yeah, f5 makes a lot of sense. I'm just wondering then why did he choose to go knight e7? Does he not like, um, what does he not dislike about f5 immediately? Like maybe e5?
Because after ef5, the knight can jump into d5, maybe.
But gf, we will take gf, no? Okay, what you're trying to say is ef gives away the square d5. But we borrow an idea from the closed Sicilian, where often black plays f5
And
and
he
after
played
ef.
knight g8, Soumya. Wow.
Oh.
Wow. Where is the knight going?
Setting up the pieces again, are we? But
Magnus.
but I don't understand it, Harshit. When the knight was on c6, I didn't care about knight c2 because whenever you would take on d4, I would take back with the knight. Now that the knight has gone away to g8 and it's quite far from c6, can't I play knight c2 here?
But that's the point. That's the point behind this move, knight g8, that once the knight moves away from e3, the g4 square becomes weak, and that's where Magnus is going to reroute his knight. Knight at 6 now. क्या crazy moves खेलता है यार Magnus.
And if we are not too careful, we might lose an exchange. For example, a move like, just to illustrate, a move like rook d1 would run into knight g4, rook h3, knight takes, queen takes, and knight e3. And there is a fork. Even with the rook on f1, that would have been the case. So, oh, बहुत ही अच्छा मैनुअर ढूंढा है जो सोचा भी नहीं था.
Genius. Genius move by Magnus. And that's why he's so good in these freestyle formats. Like he's able to figure out where his pieces belong. And knight e7 to g8, I mean, Soumya, if there is tactics going in chess ranga, then there also needs to be these positional ideas going on there. And I think knight e7, knight g8 deserves to be in the books for rerouting your piece to a better square.
Absolutely. Yesterday also, Harshit, you showed us a beautiful rerouting with knight c1 to d3 in one of the games we analyzed. And you mentioned about intuition being the reason why you are able to come up with these moves. Magnus' intuition is obviously incredible. He's famous for it.
Yeah.
How can a player develop such intuition? May I
Just
ask?
look at a lot of games from strong players. So imagine if you've seen a lot of Magnus's games, then you would be able to pick up so many ideas that Magnus has played, and you get basically free knowledge or knowledge for with very less effort. By the way, if there is ever a point for white to push g4, it's now.
Yes, now or never. Yes, after this game, we will go to Nepo's game. We will just have a look at this idea here and we will switch to Nepo's game after g4 because it's either now or never. Once the
Now
knight
or
comes
never.
to h6, we don't get to make this move. So let's say g4 by white would run into hg, I guess. You don't want to allow gh5. And after queen g4, we can actually also bring knight of 6, knight h5 here, now that I see it. So
Yeah, knight
can
f6.
hg be met with h5, Harshit?
Oof.
To
Oh, this looks
complicate,
scary.
to
This looks
complicate
quite
matters.
scary.
Because
Maybe f5.
g5, just to show, because g5 is not possible because the rook is really well placed on f1 now. And
Yeah.
after fg, queen g5, rook f7 is a big issue. That's why g5, which would otherwise be a great move had the knight already been on h6, is not possible anymore.
She played it.
She played g4,
Goes for
yes?
it. Wow. Alua. is fighting like a lion against Magnus, and she has pushed her pawn to g4, challenging the pawn on h5. Yes, Magnus is better, but she's not backing down from taking her chances.
You know what Kazakhs were very famous for from ancient times, Harshit?
I think I know now.
And what
For,
is it?
for not backing down, for being aggressive.
They are born fighters. They actually used to be nomads, and
Mhm.
that's why, because they had to adapt to new situations and get to new pastures regularly, they have this inner fighting spirit. And Nurman Alua displaying it for us today. G4 on the board.
G4 on the board, and I'm curious to see how Magnus's expressions are. He seems to be focused.
I think no matter what, Magnus must have developed a slight respect for his opponent after the way she has played today, you know. I'm sure he must be thinking, not bad. She's
Yeah,
coming up
not
with
bad
good
at all,
form.
actually. and and I think this tournament gives these talented players a stage to show why they're special. Because many a times, Samya, there are these talented players and special players, but they don't have a stage. And I think the Grenke Chess Festival offers these talented players a stage to play against the top players and prove why they deserve an opportunity.
Yeah, that's a very good way to put it, Harshit. Because there are some other opens like the FIDE Grand Swiss where Magnus has played before, but it does have a cutoff of the
Mhm.
top 100 or the top 50 women players to be able to participate there. And also now the first edition did not have a segregation of categories, but now the women and the open sections of the Grand Swiss are held separately. So the chances of meeting Magnus are almost zero, close to zero for the top female talents, upcoming talents in the chess world. And that's why this tournament is such a great platform.
And he takes on G4 Magnus. He takes on G4, and Alua needs to push H5 to keep asking, to keep, making Magnus make the right decisions. Pawn to H5, opening up the king side. Will she do it? I think she will.
She has to. Can we see one fun line here? H5,
Mm-hmm.
F5.
Okay.
The point is after 8 G6, Black has to take King G6, the only move, because it's a double check.
Yes.
Beware. And after this, I want to look at the move Knight G4. Does this work, Harshit?
Oh, wow. What a nice idea. Soumya, FG4, Queen G4, Queen G7, and Rook G1 check. Brillante.
And suddenly, the knight maneuver to g8 doesn't feel like a positional genius decision anymore, because you now no more support the rook on h8.
Oh, that's brillante. That is. Yes. And we have a very cool video to show what happened before the game between Alua and Magnus. And here is a small video that you guys can see from it. So you can see,
Does it have sound, the video?
you can see Hans there, and you see Magnus coming onto his board, shakes the hand of Alua, takes a seat, and then you can see Alua wants to do something.
Oh, so cute.
Can you take a selfie?
Oh, so cute. What a moment.
Exactly. And then she gives the phone back. But what a nice moment there before the start of the round.
Have you ever done that, Harshit? Taken a selfie with your opponent before the game?
I have not played Magnus yet, so I haven't done it.
Next year, Harshit, I want to see you playing this event.
Yes, I will try. I will try.
So, edgy on the board, very
Okay.
cute moment by Alua Nurman there. Very fierce over the board
And
though.
H5 played.
Wow, she goes for it.
And we can get the camera of Magnus. Yes, H5 played. Wow. Wow. I like this. And look at this. Magnus, maybe he realized that F5 doesn't work because of this trick, knight takes G4. Man, 10 minutes for Alua, 36 minutes for Magnus.
Yeah, his body language and emotions have changed, Harshit. He seems a bit annoyed at missing H5. He's like, well, now my knight on G8 feels a bit silly. Let's see how he tackles it. Um, let's see some decent options for black here. Pawn takes H5, first of all. We can simply rule out because rook H5, knight H6, and knight G4 is
Oof.
almost game over.
And white is winning. Soumya, क्या चल रहा है?
So, because of this pin on the H5, we cannot allow the rook to come in strongly, and that's why we can either go knight H6 ourselves first,
Mhm.
or there is a move knight F6, but I don't like it. After 8G, we go king G8 maybe. But this is so dangerous, Harshit.
It's dangerous for sure. It's not easy to play this position.
But the good part is that the pieces, there, as you've been constantly pointing out, white's knight is out of place, so white does not have as many pieces to join in the attack. And after pawn takes pawn, king takes pawn. Actually, this is completely fine for black. And if rook h8, then queen h8 check. Once again, this is good for black. So, in fact, even though white did get something, it feels like white did get something, she still has to continue being precise here. She has to take the pawn on g4 here in
Yes,
order
he
to
needs
not
to
get
take the
worse.
pawn on G4. But Soumya, look at the focus of these two players here. Alua and Magnus both completely locked in. And this is what I love to see. A close encounter, and Alua, who's only rated 2440, 400 point rating differential, is actually almost fighting on equal terms in this game.
Very well put there, Harshit. And yes, Guki Reza asks a good question here. In the line that we just showed, was e5 possible? Yes, that is also maybe possible. Nf6, pawn takes king g8 and e5, kicking the knight back and then taking on g4 with our own knight or our queen could be a good resource here for white. So, but black has to take a decision here. That's the point, and it's not an easy one.
क्या चल रहा है सौम्या?
I mean, do you
H5.
allow, like, you obviously will never allow this, right? Even though maybe it's still equal, like I see the bar. So rook takes h2, knight takes h2, king f7 is a way. But why would you allow this as black, right?
Yeah, I mean the good thing for Magnus is that he has a cushion, right?
Hmm.
Even if he
Hmm.
kind of blunders knight g4, he's still slightly better.
Hmm.
However, I'm not sure if it will be easy to win after this move knight takes g4, because it's 6 pawns each
Okay, over here, you mean. Hmm.
and pretty solid position. So that's why Magnus is like, okay, I don't really want to play this position. Is there anything else for me?
The engine suggests a ridiculous idea, which I will never go for in the game, but maybe Magnus will. Knight f6. pawn takes, and king takes g6,
Oh my
Harsh.
God. No way, Soumya. No way, Jose. F5, you will go king G5. क्या बोल
Yes,
रही है?
king g5 for f5, and the
This is
king, this position is -3 in black's
what?
favor. Because black is threatening rook takes h2 followed by rook h8, and the king is absolutely safe on g5 because white lacks a dark squared bishop to attack him once more.
Insane. And we have a believer on Help Chess, Vinayak Garg, contributing 500 rupees. Thanks a lot for that.
But I really doubt, I think if Magnus doesn't find anything better, then he might go for king g6, because it's not like he cannot find it. It's just that it's so not his style to go for these kind of positions. He's somebody who will always choose the more sensible looking move rather than the more aggressive or imaginative looking move, right?
Yeah, I just think this king G6 is so risky because if you miss a resource for white, you can just get checkmated.
Spark 5010 says he may take 10 to 15 minutes here. Very much possible. I mean,
Yeah.
usually Magnus doesn't go into a deep think unless he is uh, forced to, and this might be that position where he decides it is a critical position. I need to find out what to do.
Yeah, exactly. So Magnus is thinking here and he knows that this is a critical moment. This is also kind of important that you realize when a critical moment comes on the position.
Yeah.
And we have a new backer of Indian chess above OP. Let's go. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for that. And guys, the thing is that this time control is quite challenging actually. The schedule of this tournament. We are playing 2 rounds. We are playing 2 rounds every day, 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. And I think during the tournament, it might not be easy to bring in guests because the players also want to get some rest. But we will try because we also want to give them some time to rest. And maybe after the tournament, we will try to definitely get interviews from these players.
Yes. And there people in the chat also want to look at Nepo's game. So let's have a quick look at that game and come back to this one.
Ooh, yes, Nepo completely winning.
Rook into b7 just played. Guys, rook sacrifice या blunder हो गया
Boom,
है क्या?
boom. Rook takes b7.
And
And if
this
you take
pattern.
bishop c6, and if we can get his camera as well, Nepo is going to win back his rook with interest as he's up 2 pawns and completely winning. And he resigned. She resigned. She resigned.
She
So
resigned.
Nepo wins the game, and they're analyzing. Very nice of Yan to analyze with her opponent Anna. And I'm sure these insights will inspire her.
Oh, look at him. He's not even taking a breath. He's continuously speaking out moves. His mind works as fast as his hand does on the board. I'm sure they're discussing in Russian, by the way.
Yes.
That's why lip sync won't help us. Lip reading qualities won't really help us here.
But so nice, no, Soumya? Like for him to give such a detailed explanation about the game because for Anna, I'm sure this means a lot.
Yeah, definitely.
And Soumya, let's go back to Magnus's board because I'm genuinely curious what decision Magnus will make here because we saw the options he has, and now he needs to make a decision and choose one.
Yeah, definitely difficult decision here. Magnus back in his thinking pose. जब भी वो ऐसे lean in करके बैठते हैं, we know that he is digging in. He is motivating himself. Oof. What will
Oof.
you play? What will you choose here, Harshit? Knight f6, knight h6, or the move f5?
I would probably play f5 and blunder knight takes g4.
But it's not yet a blunder. But yes, yeah, it is possible to miss it for
No,
sure.
for I would the pakka blunder knight g4. It's it's a
I
very
am more likely to play knight f6, pawn takes, and king g8. I don't think I would play king g6 and unless someone came and told me that no, the king is not getting checkmated. You can go for it.
yeah. And Spark makes a very nice comment that suddenly two moves, the last two moves, changed the complete dynamic because it felt like White has no counterplay. And suddenly after g4, h5, at least she gets some chances. And even if this doesn't work out, I like this idea that Alua tried that she knew that if she's passive, she has no chances. And she's trying to be aggressive. And look at this. Magnus leans forward, has both his hands in his head here, completely locked in. And this kind of tells us that this position requires complete concentration, even from the best player in the world.
Absolutely. Also, it's an attitude thing, right? Like I remember there was this game of mine, and I was in a worse position. And I was thinking to myself that if I don't do anything here, I'm anyway going to lose. So
Yeah.
let me at least try to create counterplay. And I would at least be proud of myself that I gave my opponent a fight and I forced them to think. So I think it's a very much an attitude thing, and I love that Alua Nurman at a very young age. Uh, I think she's a junior player. She's the top-rated female junior player in the world currently, by the way, and she has learned this lesson very early in life.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
no matter whether this works out or not, she's going to be very proud of herself that she gave it a try, and this becomes a habit. What fight in every game, you're likely to do that repeatedly.
And did you see that? Soumya, Yan, after finishing his game, took a glance on Magnus's board and he was like, wait a second, this doesn't look so easy.
I missed it, but I'm sure our spectators spotted that. Yan, okay, Harshit, you have played against him.
Mm-hmm.
Are you someone who believes his expressions or are you someone who ignores them?
मुझे देखना ही नहीं चाहिए क्योंकि लास्ट टाइम क्या हुआ when I played with him, whenever I made a move he was like like he was very surprised and I'm like अरे यार what is happening.
I remember the first time I saw Ian Nepomeniashi. It was in Aeroflot Open 2007. So he must be 12 or 13 years old at that time. He was this big prodigy. So everyone used to go to his board and watch his game. And even
And Hans also wins his game. Resignation from Marias from who was playing very well, but I think he crumbled under time pressure. And Hans wins his game, moves to 2 out of 2. Good start for him. Although I have to say that his opponent fought well.
yeah, I'm actually curious as to how he managed to turn that position around because D4 ke
Oh,
baad position.
Soumya, move
Yes,
played.
let's
F5
go.
played.
Oof. F5. The
Yes,
computer doesn't like it, but
he
maybe.
missed it. Oh, but Alua quickly takes on G4 immediately.
What?
Yes.
Knight G4. Oh, so she wants to go for the same idea. F takes, king H takes. I like that she's being so sneaky here, Harshit. she does not allow the rook h2 check idea, which was the case after h takes. You know the difference, right? Like इधर अगर हमने पहले h takes g6 मारा, king takes knight g4, and black had this resource with rook h2 intermediate check, knight h2, and now we go back king f7 and retain the advantage. So Alia being very sneaky here. Knight into g4. What is the defense?
यार कुछ भी कहो सौम्या, शी हैज अर्नड माय रिस्पेक्ट. क्या क्या मस्त खेलती है अलुआ. बूम. नाइट टेक्स g4. And look at this. Vincent is like, क्या हो रहा है? Everyone is like, look at this. He's leaning in the game. He's like, what is happening? Is she winning?
She's given a piece sack against who is probably the greatest player of all times, Magnus Carlsen.
Very cool. Yeah. Yeah. So the question asked by our producer by is like, if I'm Magnus and everyone is coming to my game, how would I feel? But I think Magnus is like, I don't know what the other players are thinking. मुझे पता है मेरे बोर्ड पे क्या चल रहा है. And he goes 97, the best move in the position. And I think Magnus is like, what's the point actually? मुझे अभी तक नहीं समझा. It's the best move, but let's try to understand why it's the best move.
It's creating a square for the king on g8. That's the reason. H into g6 will be met not with king g6. Again a blunder. Guys, what will you play for king into g6? Not easy. Not easy to find, but if you find it, you beat Magnus Carlsen. Let's go.
Wow. Wow. Such a nice question, Soumya.
Some of you want to play knight e5. Yes, the idea of a discovered check is correct. Will you go to e5 with your knight, to e3, to f2, to f6, or to h6? You have 5 knight moves here. Which one will you choose? Most of you want to choose knight e5, which seems like a good move to make. The problem with knight e5 is the only move that the king can move to, only square that the king can move to, is a good one. Because there is, after knight d7, you go king f7, and black is fine. However, after king knight to h6, if you go to king f6 here, once more, question for the chat. How do you win the game here?
Yeah, king f6. And the reason why knight h6 is good because of this move. Exactly, Syed, you found it. Pawn to e5 check, deflecting the support of the queen on g7, and white wins the queen. And this is the reason why Magnus played this move knight e7. But Magnus had to be very accurate in this entire game.
Mhm.
And I think even if Alua does not manage to make an upset, I think she should be very happy and she should be proud of how she has played this game.
I think she's going to get a lot of fan mails after this game, Harshit. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sure she has an Instagram account and it's going to be filled with compliments, and people are going to be like, you've earned a new fan today. I'm definitely going to go and follow her on her social media channel after our round today. King
Yeah.
goes to h7, by the way, in case the king goes to h7, this is also not enough to save the game, because knight f5, another discovered attack on the king, and after king g8, queen takes g7, checkmate. This is a fantastic combination that will not happen on the board, because after knight e7, h takes g6, Magnus will go back to g8.
By the way, she played h6 in the game. She pushed her pawn to h6, attacking the black queen on g7.
Now
And
Magnus has only one good move which
oof,
retains his advantage. The other move is equal, and if he makes this one, then he retains a 0.7 advantage, which is not much, by the way.
this is not, this is game is far from over. By the way, Leon Mendonça also wins this game. So that's a good result for the Indian fans. But let's stick with this game.
Yeah.
As
Oh, he
Magnus
has found
played
the
Queen
best
F8.
move. Queen f8 really quickly. Doesn't take much time also to make this
यार
decision. I mean,
this is not fair यार. इतना अच्छा खेल रही है opponent, but Magnus is like he just calmly plays Queen F8 and just
we have a neuroscientist friend, Sid, right? Sid Warrior.
uh-huh.
We should request him to please analyze Magnus' brain. Please do that for us and tell us how does he come up with these amazing
कैसे
moves so
करता है यार ये
quickly.
Queen F8? क्योंकि it was so logical to go to F7 and keep the rooks connected to each other, but he goes Queen to F8, understanding the nuance जो मुझे पता भी नहीं था existed.
Yes, let's see what's the difference. Queen f8. We'll go back knight f2. Actually, it's not necessary that the knight goes back to f2, but this is the best move. And
Okay,
after
actually I
knight
understood why. Because
tell
the
us.
queen on f8 keeps an eye on the h6 pawn. So after a move like king g8, there is the constant threat of always capturing the h6 pawn.
Oh, so the g6 pawn is protected by a knight on e7. This
Yes.
knight is such a hero. It went back to g8, then it came to e7, guards the g6 pawn, and now we are ready to pick up the h6 pawn with the queen. Oh, very well explained there, Harshit.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see she drops back with her knight to e3. But now the advantage of Magnus is growing. He was accurate in those critical moments, and now he has been rewarded with an advantageous position.
She had to go back to f2. You know why? So that you have this choice of going h3 and to g5 later.
Actually, after this, things would have remained quite complicated, but she errs with knight to e3. But I mean, we also have to consider that she needs to make her move fast. She only has 6.5 minutes on her clock, so she kind of tried to devote her time accordingly.
And this is another point which many times new players miss is that sometimes if you don't play correctly in the position where you have an advantage, it's not necessary that you hand it over to your opponent. But what happens is that we keep making worse and worse moves in a row, and then that advantage goes back to the opponent. But
Yes,
however, there will be a critical position in the game, and if in that moment you manage to find the critical resource, you manage to dig in and find the only move that keeps your advantage, you will still be able to recover. But it's just that your task will become more difficult because you have made those worse decisions earlier in the game. That's what happened in this one. Magnus had a great position, but because he missed this idea of g4 and h5, he had to really dig in and come up with resources which were the only moves in a critical position. He managed to do that, and so he retained his advantage. But how many of us will be able to do that? And that's why that is what sets him apart.
yeah, absolutely, Soumya. He is a goat for a reason, Magnus. But I think everyone in the chat, Soumya, has been, I mean, they are like, we are not like, no one is surprised with Magnus because he's just, doing the usual.
Mhm.
But what is unusual is how well Alua has played in this game. And Magnus has actually spent more than an hour on his clock. So
Yeah,
Magnus is down
definitely.
to 19 minutes here.
Yeah, great point, Harshit, that she actually forced him to spend time on his clock and invest his energy. How many,
Exactly.
as you said, that because she's playing Magnus, her strategy did not work out as well. But had she played another 2600, 2700 player, maybe this would have worked out in her favor.
Yes, absolutely. It would have given anyone a run for their money here. Magnus is thinking after the move knight to e3. He has 20 minutes. By the way, to quickly just check once the game of Arvind, who is the second highest rated player from India in this tournament, is playing against a former world women's champion, Stefanova Antoaneta. And in this game, actually, it's a very complex position. I'm not sure who's better.
Queen c5. Did you see that move, Harshit? Queen c5, pinning
B6.
the rook. So you're not blundering the knight because the rook takes the bishop on d7. So queen c5 met with b6, deflecting the queen. After queen into b6, you can simply pick up the knight on c2 because queen d8 will be met is not possible actually. But I thought actually queen d8 will be met with bishop e8, but it's anyway covered by the knight on f7.
Yeah, so
So b6 forcing the queen back. What else?
yeah, and
Let's go back.
now actually Arvind found this fantastic move pawn to b6 and he is starting to get better. Both players having about 10 minutes, but I think when it comes down to these final few minutes, Arvind is going to start using his experience, and I think Arvind is in a good shape to win this game. Let's go back to Magnus's board because he played queen to f6.
Knight e3 and queen f6. Oh,
Yeah.
does he want to go g5 at some moment after rook coming to g8 and then g5 and start an attack himself? What could be the point?
I think he's just developing his queen and maybe as you mentioned, rook d g8 g5 is something that he has on his mind, and Magnus
Harsh-
gets up from the chair. I think that's surely a sign of confidence.
Harshit, all this while we've been worrying about a knight on a4, right? We are
Hmm.
like, it has no prospects, nowhere to go. Knight on the rim, always rim. Why not bring it into the game with e5?
With e5.
Takes and knight c5, and suddenly my knight is a part of the action on the board.
Uh-huh. I somehow missed this idea, but now that you mentioned it makes sense, especially because after ef4, rook f4, g5, white has knight e4.
I want to show you an amazing idea I just spotted.
Uh-huh.
ef4, rook f4. I was worried about the move queen e5. Harshit, queen e5. What do you think is the
Knight
move?
g4. Wow. But that's fantastic. That's just
Oh,
so beautiful. Wow.
what a nice checkmate here.
Well done, Soumya, for spotting this.
So f into g4 would also run into rook f7, and this is almost game over. Okay, king f8 might be. Oh my god, king.
Oh my God, this is puzzle rush time. Can we ask this question?
Let's ask the question to chat. King f8, what are you going to do, guys? Oh my god.
This is so pretty. Yes, Deepshika Patel, Syed, Cherry, there is a better move, but Jaideep Shetty finds it knight to d7 check. Exactly, guys. Because after rook takes d7, there is a back rank made. Who would have thought? And white is completely winning. So very nice tactical ideas possible. But let's go back to the live position. Knight e3, queen f6, and Alua played queen
Queen
g3.
g3. She did not go for e5 because, yes, it is hard to believe that e5 might be a move there. Queen g3 with the idea to play e5, by the way.
Exactly. She has her eyes on this move, pawn to e5. Magnus writes this move down, and Alua only has 4 minutes. Magnus having 18 minutes on his clock. Alua wants to push e5. What to do, Magnus?
I think you have to prevent e5, no, Harshit? You cannot allow white to play e5, right?
I think so. I think if white gets e5, the c5 pawn softens up.
So let's make a move here. Let's say rook g8, e5. Yeah, doesn't feel good at all because anyway, c5. Okay, rook g8 might be a really bad move. Let's make the rook to c8 so that we keep the c5 pawn protected. e5, d takes, e takes, and queen f7. You have some play as white here, I guess, because you have these squares.
Yeah, I think if white gets e5,
And anyway, knight g4, knight f6.
if white gets e5, black does weaken some of the dark squares. And this is why Magnus is about to make his move. What will he play? Is he going to play e5 himself?
Oh, but that would allow knight to d5 in some cases. So,
Knight b6 to d5 would be an option for white.
oh, that's a nice point there, Harshit. If black plays e5, we don't go knight d5 immediately, but we wait and bring the other knight to d5. Because now we have an amazing outpost for our knight here. So queen g3, Magnus twitching with his hands there, not fully comfortable.
Yeah,
Knight e7 to
he
c6,
plays knight c6. He plays it.
preventing white's idea of e5.
Yeah, he understands what Alua wanted and he makes a prophylactic move. And now it's going to get really difficult for Alua with 3.5 minutes on the clock. She doesn't know if she should be passive or she should try to open the position with e5 because if she goes e5 now, it
Mhm.
might just not work. And she goes rook g1. She goes rook
Yeah,
g1.
like just to show like this does not have the same effect because our knight pieces are simply better placed now. So she goes rook g1.
Yeah,
Okay, then targeting the g6 pawn. She's not backing down. She's constantly creating threats.
yes, exactly.
Beautiful fight by the Kazakh fighter here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way Alua has played, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we hear her name often in the future. Yeah, the only idea is asked, do you think Alua played more than a WGM? For sure she did. She played at least like a normal grandmaster. I think she played a fantastic game.
Definitely. Very high praise there for Halua by our grandmaster commentator here. Rook g1 on the board. Maybe it's time to move this rook after all. What do you think, Harshit?
And that's exactly what Magnus is hovering towards. He is going to he drops his hand back. But I think he will go for rook g8. I'm sure, Soumya. He's eyeing that rook on h8 and he's just
Magnus
making
is
sure.
feeling the heat of these open tournaments, huh?
Yeah,
Rook at g8 on the board.
he plays it. Yeah, he plays it. And to be honest with you, Soumya, I saw Alwa's expression after he played rook g8, and I think she was a bit unhappy with her position right now. She might just go for e5 now, but no, she goes back knight b2.
Also, the time on her clock, Harshit, does not allow her to ruminate very much. She has to play fast. She has only 3 minutes 52 seconds left on her clock. She has to bring this knight back into the game. Oh, this is a nice knight maneuver here.
It is very nice, but very long also.
It will never happen, but that is one plan that she has. Rook d f8 on the
Oh,
board. So black is ready to play e5 himself at some point with
I think
uh,
black, I don't know if he wants to go e5, but he's surely putting pressure on the f4 pawn after the rook comes into f8. So black is threatening f takes e4 right now.
Okay. So let's.
And if you go move the rook from f g1, then there's g5.
So now this is possible because we've defended the G pawn, we've brought the other rook to F8, and we are ready to go for this small tactic. So what Harshit is saying is that if we protect the F pawn here with our moving our rook to F1, then G5, because now we no more control this square with our rook.
Yeah. And Magnus, confident about his position, gets up from his chair once again, which leaves Alua alone on the board here, down to her last 3 minutes, rook df8. You know, Magnus had to rise up to his best level in this game to get this winning position against Alua, because some of the questions that Alua asked, I'm not sure even a 2600 player would have been able to answer. Really strong play by her, down to her last 2 minutes, and I don't see how she can defend her position now. I think it's falling apart. And
Okay, let's go to Duda's game, Harshit,
but
because
2 minutes left here. I think we should stay. I think we should stay with this game
okay,
because she only has 2 minutes left, Soumya. And
okay.
she will need to make a move soon. And then maybe after she makes a move, we can check some other game.
Definitely. Let's stick to this one. Uh, it's not easy to find a move for white here. I'm looking I'm looking at a very strange move like rook h4, but that runs into knight e2 fork, losing the game. So rook needs to be on the second rank. The other option is to bring the rook to f2, but it will anyway run into g5 ideas, right?
And she
Oh,
plays
he
rook
has made a move.
f1. And will Magnus immediately blitz out g5? I think he will. I think he will play g5. Open up the position.
And look at her thinking pose. She's shut her ears so that she doesn't get distracted by anything around her, trying to focus as much as possible.
Yeah. What an exciting game this was. And look at this. Magnus is looking up in the air. He is just trying to make sure that he can push this pawn to g5. He's down to 12 minutes actually. Wow.
No, guys, people in the chat asking why does Alua Nurman have 2 out of 2 against as a score against her name? That is an error. She's actually on a score of 1 out of 1. It is a transmission error. It does
Yes.
not reflect her current score. She has played only 1 round so far and she's won that one. And this is her second game. G5 on the board.
Played. Boom. G5 played by Magnus. What a nice move. And Magnus Carlsen is going for it again. He is going to be 2 out of 2. He's 7 rounds away from doing what he did last time. For the ones who don't know, he scored an unbelievable now 9 out of 9 last time. If he does it again, Soumya, I will just it's like in that movie Wolf of Wall Street. He's like, if you show me this check of something, I'll just stop working and join your team.
So, what is the challenge? Harshit, you have to think of a challenge in case he does it again. What are you willing to bet?
I am ready to do any challenge if Magnus does 9 out
Okay.
of 9 again.
So we will come up with some challenge by the end of this tournament for you because that is not out of the cards. 9 out of 9 by Magnus. G5 on the board.
And someone is calling me. अरे क्या हो गया भाई? Who is it? Either Magnus is playing. Wait, I will look at Magnus first.
Happy birthday messages pouring in for
अरे
our
अरे अरे अरे
grandmaster.
सौम्या, please don't remind.
But you are having a very happy birthday here. You're
Yeah,
watching
yeah, I'm very happy.
a maestro of the game showing us why
Yes.
he is a goat and a fighter showing what one can do if she is in good spirits. while playing against a legend. FG on the board.
FG on the board, and I think Magnus is going to capture back on G5 with the rook. And Soumya, the thing about this game is, if this game lasts for like 30, 40 minutes more, this means that the players have to play the next game within 1 hour. Because
Yes.
this is round two. Abhi यहाँ पे local time is 1:40 p.m. and the third round starts at 4 p.m.
I'm sure you're thinking about lunch, Harshit. I get your feelings. I'm sure
No, no,
the player.
no.
Oh, queen into g5 taken, not rook g5, not f4, but queen into g5, queen trade karenge, and we will outplay our opponent in the end game. That's what
Yeah,
Magnus is saying. I don't want any checkmating ideas anymore. I don't want any sacrifices around my king. I'll play queen g5 and go into an endgame.
go into an end game. 40 seconds for Alua, and she knows that, she doesn't really have a good move here. She has to exchange the queens, and then it's going to be over in this game. And
Oof,
Magnus,
he has to make a move. Queen takes, rook takes. Happened. And
and
she will
she take,
definitely take on f5 because that's the move you make when you're low on time. You simply trade pieces as much as possible.
yeah. Yeah, thanks a lot, guys, for your birthday wishes. I am I'm really enjoying myself here following the games. And yeah, now it kind of feels like, you know, Magnus has overcome all of the difficulties, and this should be a smooth sailing from now on.
She's taken on f5 as well, Harshit. Knight takes
Okay.
f5.
Knight takes,
We
knight
will
takes.
wait for this game to get over because white is down to her last few seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, the material is still equal. So after all of this, the material is still equal, but the knight on b2 is out of the game. The pawn on d3 is weak. The pawn on h6 is weak. And this is why Magnus has a winning position.
Even the pawn on a2. I mean, white's there are too many problems in white's position, none in black's position. There are no targets for white to attack here. Knight comes to
Yeah.
d4 and we protect the pawn on e6, which is the only pawn that can be attacked. And then we simply pick up everything.
Yeah. And you can see, um,
Why writing moves even when time is so low? Because it is compulsory to write moves when you play classical chess if you have increment per move. So it doesn't matter. You get 30 seconds increment per move, and it's supposed to give you enough time to write down your moves after making one. Rupa Darshi Samanta wishes you a very happy birthday, or maybe it's
oh,
a happy birthday for Jack Peralta, Harshit.
thanks a lot, Rupar Darshi. Thanks a lot. The good old human being asks, Jake, where's Amy? Yeah, that's for me to find out.
Slow with the. I have no idea what references these are. Please explain to me also at some point. Rook
Sure.
F5, rook
The only errors is like they write the moves because they have a fear of forgetting the moves later. I don't think that's the case, but
थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया. Rook f5 taken, e to f5, knight d1, knight d4.
yeah, knight jumps into d4, and the f pawn is going to roll down the board, and probably the final few moves that Alua makes.
Is it very obvious to everyone in the chat that black is winning, or do you think black is winning because it's Magnus playing black? I really want to
I
know
think
because the
I think
material is equal.
to be honest, it does look very good for black, but just because we see that Magnus is sitting in the black chair, there, I mean, playing with the black side, it makes it even more compelling to believe it.
Rook h3 played on the board. Rook g6. You want to transfer the rook to the open file if you get a chance. And also, of course, pick up the pawn. So,
Yeah, rook g6,
two
black
ideas
is,
here.
yeah. And they say that knight end games are very similar to king pawn end games, where a material advantage is quite decisive. And I think that's why Magnus wants to go into the knight end game.
Only Iris asks, if knights are traded, somehow will this rook endgame be a draw? So imagine there are no knights on the board in the same position. Are there drawing chances for white here, Harshit?
I don't think so because the white king is completely cut off. H1 pay. H line pay. The king can never escape that. And look at this. The players are blitzing out the moves now. Alua because she has no time. And Magnus because he knows how to win this position.
Knight f2 on the board. Maybe rook e6 is the easiest way to do it. But as Harshit said, the rook on g6 does a great job of cutting the king off. So the other option is to bring your king forward. Oh, rook e6
Ishan
played.
Vishwa. Arey, thanks for being here. Rook e6. Yes, he's like, I really want to just trade the rooks and go into a knight end game.
प्रभु कल्याण आई डोंट नो इफ इट्स रियल नेम और नॉट बट ठीक है उन्होंने एक बहुत ही अपने नेम के साथ जुड़ता हुआ मैसेज भेजा है हरे कृष्णा हर्षित भाई एचबीडी और मंदिर जाना आप अभी कार्लसरू में मंदिर ढूंढने की जिम्मेदारी आपकी है
अरे थैंक्स अ लॉट भाई मंदिर थोड़ा टफ है यहाँ पे
मंदिर में ही है हर्षित भाई बिकॉज ही
यस
इज इन अ चेस playing hall with all the legends of chess playing there तो वो भी एक तरह का मंदिर ही होता है
या एंड बाय द वे द रूक्स आर ट्रेडेड हियर सौम्या
हम्म
this means that Magnus is left in a knight end game being up a pawn and I think his idea would be to somehow get knight d4 knight e2 and knight c3 because the A pawns, the rook file pawns, are very important in knight end games. And I think Magnus would love to be able to capture that pawn on A2.
also if the knight is like too far away maybe over here then might have this idea as well of simply
Yeah,
sacrificing on
A4.
b3 and
Very cool.
take a4
Very cool. Very cool. A lot of pressure is there. I need to go and pee, Soumya, so I'll be right back.
okay you didn't have to tell me what you're going to do but okay fine Harshit thanks anyway knight d4 on the board and let's see like we will stick to this game because it could get over at any point and we want to watch it till the end don't we oh she has resigned and Harshit has missed this moment but we are here and we will maybe see them analyze a bit let's see so Magnus Carlsen getting his second win in he has one more game to play in the evening in exactly 2 hours 7:30 PM IST को उनका थर्ड राउंड शुरू हो जाएगा Alua Nurman what a fighter huge compliments to her for her attitude for her gameplay against the goat Magnus she must be very proud of herself and she's going to get a lot of new fans after this display of strength no analysis there players want to get their lunch as soon as possible, get some rest for the next round. Also, I want to mention this, that a lot of players, a lot of spectators might feel कि अगर आप मैग्नस के साथ हारे तो भी शायद, तो आपको शायद बुरा नहीं लगेगा, but you saw Alua's face there. She was a bit disappointed because at the end of the day, you feel you can beat anybody. So no matter whom you lose to, no matter how amazing your opponent plays, you do believe that you had a chance. And that's also very important in chess, to believe that you have a chance no matter whom you play. Thoda bura lagna is a good thing after a loss. Yes, we have Duda's board in front of us. Let's see. I think the game is stuck somehow, or maybe it's stuck only for me. Yes, this is the live position on the board. So what's happening here? The material is equal, but black has recently blundered a pawn, apparently. D5 takes, maybe not a blunder as such, but let's see what's happening. D5, opening up the position a bit, otherwise black's position was already quite cramped. Queen takes b8, king takes b8, and it's white's turn to move. White makes the move knight to d4. So pawn takes e4 or c4 will run into knight c6, picking up the rook on d8. You need to defend the pawn on c6, c7. Guess king c7 or king b7 will be played. I'm waiting if... No, the king is still on b8. So they haven't made the move yet. So let's see, if king c7.
Hi, Soumya. That game's
Hi.
over?
Yes,
Okay.
you missed it, but not much because they didn't really analyze.
Uh-huh.
Nurman resigned the game and there was a handshake, but no analysis. I guess players wanted to get their lunch as quickly as possible. And we are here watching Duda's game, Harshit. Duda seems to be having a big advantage. Knight d4 is the last move. And I'm looking at the move king c7. What do you think, Harshit? What's going to be White's attitude?
There is... I I feel like somehow black should just lose material because, by the way, is white already a pawn up? No, the material is equal. But I guess CD, bishop b5, and your rook is trapped, yeah?
Ooh, yes. Because rook d6 simply runs into e5.
Yeah, so this is actually just completely winning for white.
Yeah, black's position is too cramped, so king c7 will not be played so that you keep some room for your rook to move over. King b7 might be the move here. King b7 takes, and what else?
Still bishop b5 looks possible. He plays rook c7, by the way.
By rook c7, okay. So he's gone for rook c7, not king b7, but rook to c7, getting out of this bishop b5 problem.
By the way, Arvind is winning his game. Yeah, Arvind on board 10 seems to be winning his game against Antoinetta, which means that Nihal and Arvind, the two highest rated players from India, are going to be on full points, which is a good sign for the ones rooting for them. And now,
Binita Harlaka asks, candidates ka kya hua?
guys, so the fun part is that, now after a few minutes, we will end this stream and then you can focus on the candidates. And then round 3 of the Grenke will start. So you will have the option of looking at what's happening in the candidates. And then you also have the option of looking at Magnus, who will be playing in the Grenke tournament. So we will have two simultaneous streams going on.
Yeah, for all those people,
Yeah,
for all those people, I see in the CBI chat, in the other streams as well, that where is Magnus? Magnus is not playing candidates. I hope all of their hunger will be satiated by watching this tournament. So you can watch both the streams simultaneously. वहां पे प्रग खेल रहे हैं, दिव्या है, and Vaishali hai from India. And over here, you have all these legends of chess who are not a part of candidates tournament. So, and also the tournaments are completely different. This is an open freestyle event where a Magnus Carlsen can be paired against a 2200 as well. And wahan pe it's a closed event. So, I think, it's just amazing time for chess fans that we get to watch two amazing events of such high stature together. है ना हर्षित?
absolutely. I think you put it exactly well. We get to see the best of classical chess. We get to see best of freestyle chess. And now we get to see best of Arvind, who is now attacking the G3 pawn. He's actually down a pawn, but the pawn on A3 has its worth in gold, weight worth in gold. Is that how they say it? It's
Yes,
weight
yes,
worth in gold.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And bishop D7. Very nice. The knight is trapped. Oopsie.
Yeah, and I think with this game, we can also call it a day for this
Yeah.
session and come back to the next round, because the next round will start at 7:30 p.m. IST, which
Yes.
is 4 p.m. European time. So
Yes.
Harshit needs to get some lunch and some rest. Me too. And you guys as well deserve some rest. So I think we'll just wait for this game to end and then we'll wrap it up.
Yeah.
To just share the results, Magnus Carlsen won against Alua. Nepo won his game against Anna Shukman. Hans Niemann won against Marius From, and Duda is winning. Vincent is also winning his game.
So
Nihal
not many
won.
upsets actually. And
Oh, and
Arvind won.
Arvind
Yeah.
has won. Amazing. So this
So
it
we
has
didn't
ended.
see a lot of upsets in this round, but Soumya, this sets up for an exciting third round because now if you look at the pairings, it was 2450 playing against
Ah,
Magnus, and now it's going to be a 2600 player who's going to take on Magnus. So it will be a very close encounter.
and it won't be easy. You remember in, I think, Sharjah Masters 2, 3 years ago, Magnus lost to a bunch of 2600s. He lost to Murli Karthikeyan from India, who's also playing this event, by the way. So there is a chance that an Indian might be paired against Magnus in the next round. No matter whom he faces, it's not going to be easy for Magnus. And we are very excited to see how it's going to
Exactly. So, guys, we will be back for round three of the Grenke in a few hours from now. But until then, if you have if you're curious about what's happening in the candidates, then Sagar and Amruta are commentating off that event right now. Until then, we will take your leave and sign off. See you guys soon.
But I think we need our producer, Gina, for the stream to end.